Welcome back, brothers and heretics, to Grimhammer. Tonight's story, we're diving into the lore of Doomrider. Before we get into the madness, be sure to like and comment any videos and topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe from the Emperor or the Dark Gods. I want to thank you guys for support. I've been killing it like usual. Now, let's get to the madness.
Shaka VI turned beneath its own smoke, like a condemned world awaiting the signature of an executioner. From orbit, it appeared less a planet than a furnace wound in the void, its continents hidden beneath layered atmospherics, the colour of old poison and bruised meat. Hive cities rose from the ash oceans in black tiers of iron, adamantium, and prayer, their uppermost spires stabbing through the smog to catch the corpse light of a star, dimmed by centuries of industrial offering. Orbital docks girdled the equator in chained rings of rusting sanctity. Macro haulers docked and undocked in endless procession, carrying shells, lasrifles, ration paste, tank treads, penal collars, promethium drums, replacement limbs, and the million lesser necessities of mankind's eternal war. Below, the surface was road and factory and shrine. Armoured highways ran between hive continents like the arteries of some buried god machine, broad enough for entire tank regiments to advance abreast beneath banners stiff with soot. They crossed ash plains on pylons, taller than cathedrals. They cut through manufacturum ranges, where furnaces screamed hymns to the Omnissiah. They curved around pilgrim shrines, where corpse-fed candles burned before cracked statues of the Emperor, each statue blind beneath masks of chemical frost. The billions of Shaka VI did not live. They endured. They woke to quota bells. They laboured beneath the eyes of servo skulls and tally clerks. They recited the catechisms of production while feeding their hands to presses, their lungs to fumes, and their sons to the planetary levies. The administratum counted them in columns of ink and blood. The ecclesiarchy frightened them into obedience. The adeptus mechanicus harvested their labour, their dead, and eventually the meat from their bones, when even death failed to release them from service. There was no rebellion in such a world, the governor liked to say. There was only inefficiency requiring correction. Lord Militant Hester Vale believed this because it pleased him to believe it. He ruled from the high bastion of Hive Mordax, enthroned beneath banners taken from compliance wars so old that the names stitched into them had become dust. His armour was parade-polished carapace, its breastplate engraved with prayers he had never read. His face was long, severe, and powdered against the chemical scarring that afflicted lesser men. When reports rose from the underhives, when precinct fortresses fell silent, when road gangs vanished, when entire convoys were found reduced to fused metal and human paste, he named it labor sedition. He did not say heresy, not at first. Heresy required escalation. Escalation required confession. Confession required accepting that the enemy had entered his world without asking leave. In a sealed chamber beneath the governor's strategium, interrogator Cestus Vol listened to the governor's denials and wrote none of them down. Vol was a narrow man with a scholar's stoop, a soldier's eyes, and hands ruined by old burns. His left cheek bore the waxy texture of healed fire. His right eye was vat-grown and silver-lensed, clicking softly whenever it refocused. He wore a dark storm coat sealed at the throat, its lining stitched with hexagrammic wards in thread the colour of dried blood. At his hip hung a compact inferno pistol, an inquisitorial seal, and a chain of iron prayer discs engraved with names of men who had died screaming after speaking too freely of the thing he hunted. Before him, a brass-cased auto-scribe scratched words onto black parchment. The Rider Phenomenon. The title alone had cost 3 adepts their tongues, and one confessor his life. Knowledge was a weapon. Knowledge of demons was a blade without a hilt. Val had pursued that blade for decades. He had found accounts in the margins of battle reports, in the delirium of dying astropaths, in the memory cores of half-mad servo skulls recovered from war zones scoured clean by holy fire. Nothing agreed. Some records named the rider a warrior of the 3rd Legion, one of the Emperor's children, an outrider in the ancient days when the Legion's Astartes still marched beneath the Emperor's light before turning their blades against terror. Others insisted he had been a renegade of the Great Scouring, a biker champion who rode too far into the Eye of Terror and returned with his soul replaced by laughter. A few, written by men who had later begged for execution, claimed he had never been a single warrior at all. A demon had found a myth, worn it like armor, and given it wheels. Val dipped his stylus in ink mixed with sanctified ash. Subject manifests with recurring titles across unrelated cultic strains, he murmured. The autoscribe clicked and repeated his words in a thin machine whisper. Demon of speed, wolf of exhaust, king of the road. The last title made the servitor in the corner twitch. It had once been a man named Odramek. Now it was a torso suspended in a cradle of cables, its eyes replaced by augmetic lenses, and its jaw locked open around a vox grill. A restraint spike had been driven through its spine after it began chanting engine hymns in its sleep. Val looked at it until the twitching stopped. He turned a page in the dossier. A pict capture stared back at him, warped by radiation and time. A dead moon near the Eye of Terror. A causeway of vitrified stone. Wreckage scattered across 12 kilometers of black glass. The relief column had belonged to 2 armored regiments from Vostroya and Mordian stock. Disciplined men. Proud men. Men with tanks, doctrine, auspex grids, air cover, and the arrogance born of surviving wars against enemies with bodies. They had found the regiments shredded open as though a giant hook had dragged itself through the column from end to end. Lehman Russ battle tanks lay on their sides, their hulls split like ration tins. Chimera transports had been crushed flat, track guards peeled away, troop compartments bursting with cooked men still fused to their restraint benches. Basilisks had fired in every direction before death found them. One bane blade had been carved down the middle, its sacred machine heart exposed, its crew reduced to black sludge inside the command shrine. The road had melted beneath them, not burned, melted, reformed. In the glass, visible from above and nowhere else, was the mark of Slaanesh, not painted, not carved, burned into the moon by wheels moving faster than matter wished to permit. Val had read the survivor's report many times. There had been only one survivor. A loader from a tank called Pious Burden, found walking naked across the glass with both hands pressed to his ears, though his ears were gone. He had repeated a single sentence until his throat tore. He came laughing. Val closed the page. A voice came from the iron darkness beyond the chamber's lumen glow. You have read that one before. The prisoner was chained to a kneeling frame beneath a warded aquila. He had been a heavy man once. Captivity had made him lean, though not weak. His head was shaved. His gums were black. Chrome studs ran in infected lines along his skull, neck, and shoulders. Each stud was engraved with a tiny wheel. His eyes were too bright, not with hope, but with the feverish joy of a man who had seen damnation and mistaken it for revelation. His name was Heth Mordain, though Val doubted it was the name given to him at birth. Cultists shed names the way lepers shed skin. You called yourselves the Chrome Rapture, Val said. Mordain smiled. His lips cracked and bled. We were called that by men who still thought names mattered. You worshipped velocity. We worshipped truth. You worshipped a demon. Mordain's smile widened. One of his teeth loosened, falling onto his tongue. He swallowed it with obvious pleasure. Demon, prince, rider, road. It is all too slow when spoken by a tongue. You make cages from words and then wonder why gods do not fit inside them. Val made a notation. You summoned him. No. Mordain leaned forward as far as the chains allowed. The wards branded into the metal began to glow. We made a road he wished to ride. The interrogator's silver eye clicked. Explain. Mordain laughed softly. It was a dry sound, like tires dragging over bone. Faith is for priests. Blood is for butchers. Pain is for beginners. He does not answer because men kneel. He answers because men accelerate, because engines howl until pistons split, because hearts beat themselves to ruin, because guns fire without orders, because discipline collapses and every soldier becomes a screaming animal chasing the next second before death. You do not summon Doomrider with candles, Inquisitor's dog. You summon him with speed, noise, slaughter, and the moment an army forgets, it was ever an army. The servitor in the corner moaned. Val did not look away from Mordain. You speak his name freely. You fear syllables. I have felt his wake. You will die in fire. We all will. Mordain's eyes shone. Some of us will be beautiful when it happens. The chamber shook. Dust fell from the ceiling in thin grey veils. Far above, warning klaxons began to pulse through the fortress. First one, then many, overlapping into a single metallic dirge. The lumen strips flickered. The autoscribe jammed, its brass needle stabbing the parchment again and again until the words became a ragged wound in the page. Val rose. Mordain began to laugh. In the lower hive of Mordax, where the roads sank beneath the Manufactoria and the Manufactoria sank beneath the weight of older cities, the abandoned transit basilica of St. Geryon opened its 100 rusted mouths to the dark. Once, pilgrim trains had passed through its vaulted body, carrying workers to their shifts and penitents to the shrines where they paid for absolution in blood donations and manufactorum labour. Now the rail lines were dead. The saints had been defaced. The marble floor was hidden beneath oil, tyre rubber, and old bones ground flat by wheels. Thousands gathered within the basilica, men of the chrome rapture, hive scum with engine parts bolted through their flesh, defected road wardens wearing flayed strips of uniform, mutant pit drivers hunched over stolen bikes, former manufactorum overseers with their faces wrapped in chains, penal deserters with shock collars still locked around their throats. They crowded the circular transit road that looped through the nave, its lanes marked not by paint, but by poured blood. At the centre stood another Heth Mordain, or perhaps the same one. The warp was seldom careful with sequence. This Mordain wore a coat made from the polished hides of road marshals. His chest was bare, carved with concentric circles, every cut packed with glittering chrome dust. In one hand, he held a chain blade without a guard. In the other, a vox throttle ripped from an Imperial command bike. His voice rasped from speakers mounted around the basilica, but his mouth moved out of time with the words. Faster! The cult answered with engines. Bikes revved. Haulers bellowed. Looted enforcer grav cycles screamed against failing suspensors. Chain blades snarled. Voxcasters spat static. Men chanted through broken teeth, not in high Gothic, not in low Gothic, but in the language of combustion. Cough, roar, scream, detonation. Around the transit ring, A captured PDF convoy had been chained nose to tail. Troop trucks, fuel carriers, ammunition crawlers, and command transports dragged one another in a circle under the lash of cult bikers. Their drivers had been wired into the seats, hands nailed to steering wheels, feet bound against accelerators. Some were already dead. It did not matter. Servitors had been grafted into the engines to keep the convoy moving. Inside the trucks, soldiers of Shaka's planetary defense forces battered the doors and begged through cracked Vox units. Their uniforms were soaked with sweat and blood. Their officers shouted orders no one obeyed. Their priests recited the litany of true aim until the fumes made them vomit. The convoy accelerated. The first truck burst its engine after the 9th circuit. Its bonnet blew upward in a gout of flame, and the vehicle jackknifed, dragging the next two transports sideways. Cult bikers descended before the wreckage stopped moving. Men were pulled screaming from hatches and thrown under the wheels of the still-moving line. Bodies burst beneath tires, skulls flattened, arms twisted in rubber and track teeth. Guts streaked the road in shining ribbons that steamed in the basilica heat. Mordain raised the throttle. Faster! The second fuel carrier exploded. Promethium washed across the ring in a burning wave, coating men and machines alike. The cult did not retreat. They rode through it. Some ignited and kept riding, their bodies blackening in the saddle, their laughter made wet by boiling lungs. The PDF survivors who escaped the wrecks found no mercy. They were dragged into the lanes and pinned beneath bikes until their bones cracked into the pattern Mordain had prepared. From above, through the broken dome, the ritual was becoming visible. Not to mortal eyes, not yet. To orbiting Auspex stations, to astropathic senses, to machine spirits old enough to fear, the shape of damnation. The crushed bodies formed a sigil, a wheel within a wound, a road around an eye. The sign of the Dark Prince rendered in meat, fire, and motion. In the High Bastion, Lord Militant Vale stood before a hololithic projection of the lower hive and watched red icons multiply. "Labour sedition," he said again, though no one had asked. His staff officers looked at one another. None contradicted him. "Seal the underways, deploy precinct armour, mobilise the hive militia, authorise Arbite suppression protocols in districts Geryon through Malvek. Artillery divisions are to target transit arteries if rebel concentrations exceed acceptable density." An old general with augmetic lungs bowed. "My lord, there are loyal formations still within those arteries." Vale looked at him as if he had complained about dust. "Then they will be honoured as necessary expenditure." A priest began to intone a blessing over the order. A tech adept translated it into Binaric for the cogitator banks. Somewhere below, men started dying because men above had named them numbers. Val entered the strategium without waiting for permission. "My lord," he said, "you are not facing sedition." Vale's expression hardened. "Interrogator, your office is advisory. The Ordo Malleus does not advise men on how to lose worlds." Silence spread across the chamber. Vale stepped down from his command dais. "Choose your next words with care." Val's silver eye clicked, reflecting the hololiths spreading red. "The cult is not trying to seize the hive. It is not attempting to hold territory. It is accelerating panic through the transit grid. Every convoy you send against it, every artillery strike, every retreating militia column, every command failure, every screaming Vox channel feeds the pattern." The pattern of what? Val looked toward the floor, as if he could see through kilometers of iron and sin. A road. In the transit basilica, the warp answered through sound. At first, it was only distortion. Vox channels across Mordax filled with laughter under the command chatter. Auspex returns registered objects moving at impossible speed through solid walls, then corrected themselves, then screamed static into the ears of their operators. Servo skulls spun in circles until their suspensors failed. Cogitator banks printed the same word across miles of parchment: ride. Servitors in the basilica slammed their skulls into control panels until bone gave way, and wet grey matter smeared across brass keys. Cultists clawed at their faces, weeping with joy. The surviving PDF soldiers stopped begging. Some began to smile. The road split. It did not crack like stone. It opened like flesh. A line of white heat cut through the circular transit lane, widening as the entire basilica shuddered. Rails bent upward. Ferrocrete blistered. The blood-slicked roadway peeled back from itself, and beneath it burned a light that had never belonged to any sun made by the Emperor's hand. A wheel rose through reality. It was vast at first, impossibly vast, the rim of some infernal star grinding its way into the world. Then perception failed and corrected. The wheel became smaller, though no less terrible. A front tire of blackened demon hide and living metal, wreathed in pink-white flame, spinning without touching the ground. The bike followed. It came out of the wound in the road like a predator being born at full speed. Its frame was corpse metal, brass, ceramite, and something like bone. Blades jutted from its flanks and flexed as if scenting blood. Exhaust stacks screamed with the voices of men trapped inside them. Its handlebars were ribbed like spinal columns. Its headlamp was an eye that opened and looked upon the world with delighted contempt. Upon it rode the thing from Val's dossier, Baroque power armor, once perhaps the noble warplate of an Adeptus Astartes, now swollen into a cathedral of excess and blasphemy. Purple, black and chrome burned beneath sheets of warp fire. Onyx horns swept from a helm that was not quite a helm and not quite a skull. His face regenerated as quickly as the flames ate it, skin forming, blistering, sloughing away, revealing grinning bone, then flesh again, then something more beautiful and more vile than either. His eyes were pits of ecstatic murder. No herald announced him. No choir named him. Doomrider simply rode. He struck the first rank of his worshippers before they could prostrate themselves. His front wheel passed through them and over them, reducing men to bursting sacks of red mist and white fragments. A cult biker raised his arms in adoration and vanished beneath the demon bike's rear tire, his torso folding backward until his spine punched out through his chest. Mordain laughed and was hurled aside by the force of the passage, his coat igniting. Doomrider accelerated around the ring. Every circuit killed more of his own. Cultists screamed praises and died beneath him. Trucks exploded as he passed. The dead were churned into the road until the basilica floor became a slick red mirror. The bike's wheels drank the gore and burned brighter. Then, above the shriek of engines and rupturing reality, the Daemon laughed. It was not amusement. It was not madness. It was hunger given sound. The laughter climbed through the lower hive, through the transit shafts, through the manufactoria, through the fortress Voxnet, through the teeth of every man who heard it. Guardsmen dropped their weapons and clutched their heads. Arbite's executioners fired into their own lines. Tank crews began carving circles into their palms with combat knives. In the high bastion, the hololith distorted, and for a heartbeat, every road on Shaka VI glowed like a vein filling with fire. Val stood very still. Lord Militant Vale whispered, "What is that?" The interrogator looked at the red-lit world and thought of dead moons, melted glass, split tanks, and men cooked inside their machines while something laughed its way through them. "The gate," Val said, voice low and dry. Below, in the ruined basilica, Doomrider turned his burning gaze toward the hive above him. His bike snarled, its blades unfolded, its wheels spun faster, flinging blood in hot arcs across the shattered statues of imperial saints. The road before him was slick. The world beyond it was vast. And for the first time in many years, Doomrider looked almost pleased. Doomrider came out of the transit basilica like a shell fired from the mouth of the warp. The lower hive did not have time to scream before he made it scream for him. His demon bike struck the blood-slicked transit ring and leapt, not upward so much as elsewhere, its burning wheels biting the air as if gravity were an opinion beneath contempt. It smashed through the basilica's shattered dome in a storm of stone saints, twisted rebar, corpse ash, and burning cultists, then landed on the flank of a Habspire 3 streets away. The wall should have broken. Instead, the bike climbed it. Its tires clawed up the vertical ferrocrete, leaving blazing tracks across votive murals and administratum census markings. Men inside the Hab block saw fire pass their windows and died before understanding what they had witnessed. Warp bolters mounted to the demon engine's snarling chassis fired in stuttering, thunderous bursts. The shots did not punch holes so much as erase the meaning of armor. A bunker on the avenue below became a molten flower of steel, its firing slits vomiting flame and fragments of men. An armored personnel carrier turned inside out. Another rose from the road on a pillar of purple fire, its crew cooked in their harnesses, their last prayers boiling out through Vox grills as wet static. Doomrider laughed as the bike reached the spire's crown. The sound rolled over the district. Windows burst outward. Servo skulls dropped from the air, their suspensors shrieking as their logic engines filled with impossible velocity readings. Road lights turned green for routes that no longer existed. Hab sirens began chanting his name in broken machine voices. Below, the chrome rapture followed. They did not follow as soldiers followed a commander. They followed as sparks followed Prometheum. Scavenged bikes burst from the basilica in roaring packs, riders slick with blood and engine oil, faces split by ecstatic grins. Looted sentinels stomped after them on stilted legs painted chrome and pink, their pilots howling through Vox throats ruined by stimulant abuse. Civilian haulers, shrine carts, cargo tractors, and stolen enforcer grav cycles surged into the transit arteries, ramming one another, crushing the slow, accelerating, because the road ahead burned and their god had ridden it. One cultist tried to draw level with Doomrider as the demon prince descended the opposite face of the spire. Doomrider looked aside. That was all. The demon bike's flank blade unfolded and took the man from shoulder to hip, splitting him across his saddle. His bike continued without him, carrying half his body for several meters before overturning beneath the wheels of those behind. The chrome rapture cheered. To be killed by the rider was favor. To be ignored was damnation. The district became a circuit. Doomrider screamed across a troop bridge, and the bridge buckled in his wake, casting hundreds of hive militia into the avenue below. He rode along the side of a cathedral wall, wheels grinding across the faces of saints, carved by hands long dead, then plunged through a stained glass rose window into the nave. Men praying for deliverance looked up. They saw purple fire, black horns, chrome, and a blade sweeping low enough to take heads from shoulders in a single pass. The bike burst through the opposite wall, trailing incense smoke, shattered glass, and a ribbon of blood flung from its spinning wheels. At Precinct Line Geryon, Colonel Jorvan Clyte gave the order to stand. He was a broad man with a shaven scalp, a jaw like a loading block, and the cold eyes of an officer who believed discipline could hold back hell if enough men died properly. He had served against ash mutants, road clans, and manufacturum uprisings. He had broken 3 food riots and ordered the shelling of his own barracks when a fever cult took root among the recruits. Fear did not move him easily, nor did mercy. His command chimera sat at the center of a prepared kill zone beneath the guns of 4 Hab bastions. Lascanon teams occupied the upper floors. Heavy bolters waited behind plasteel barricades. Hydra flak tanks tracked the smoky sky. Tarantula sentry guns swept the avenues with red targeting beams. Thousands of planetary defense troopers knelt in firing ranks. Laser guns braced, bayonets fixed, sergeants beating men back into line with shock mauls. Clyte heard the laughter before he saw the rider. "Hold fire," he said over the command vox. The avenue ahead was empty except for smoke and fleeing civilians. "Hold fire!" Something moved across the upper wall of a manufactorum. It was there and gone, a black streak wrapped in flame. A young lieutenant swallowed hard. "Colonel, Auspex contact is above us." "No," said the Auspex operator. His voice cracked. "Below us. Throne Preserve, it is below us." The road directly before the kill zone split under Doomrider's arrival. He erupted from the asphalt in a blast of purple flame, the bike spinning end over end before landing on both wheels. He came facing the wrong direction, back turned to the firing line, as if he had overshot the world and merely paused to mock it. Clyte did not hesitate. Fire. The avenue became light. Lascanons struck first, beams of white fury cutting through smoke, vaporizing stone, punching through the places Doomrider had already been. Heavy bolters hammered, laser guns fired by the thousand. Hydra autocannons filled the air with flak bursts. Missile launchers streaked from windows and command balconies. The kill zone was mathematically sound, layered according to the Tactica Imperialis, calculated for bikes, skimmers, infantry rushes, and low-flying aircraft. It killed almost nothing. Doomrider moved like a thought that had decided matter was too slow to obey. He was at the avenue's center when the first volley fired. He was on a wall when the Lascanons crossed. He was behind the barricades before the missile trails finished burning. His bike's wheels threw sparks from the vertical surface of a hab block, then from the underside of a troop gantry, then from the roof of a chimera. Every weapon followed late. Every shot punished the loyalists for aiming. A Lascanon beam sliced through a PDF bunker after Doomrider vacated it, killing the heavy bolter crew inside. Hydra shells shredded the upper stories of a hab where militia marksmen had waited. Missile impacts tore apart Clyte's own forward barricades, flinging men in pieces across the road. Clyte watched all of it from the cupola of his command chimera, one gauntlet clenched around the rim. Reform fire lanes, track by heat bloom. Lascanon teams, stagger discharge. Do not chase the target. Anticipate. His officers obeyed. They were not cowards. That made their deaths more valuable. Doomrider dropped into the kill zone again, this time in full sight. Bike idling with a predatory growl. He was massive, taller than any mortal even in the saddle, his baroque power armor burning with demonic light. His sword hung low in one hand, a long curved thing with an edge that smoked as though reality bled against it. His helm turned toward the command chimera. For a heartbeat, Colonel Clyte believed the demon had chosen to charge. Instead, Doomrider began to circle. The bike accelerated around the command vehicle in a wide ring. Once, twice, faster. The wheels did not touch the road so much as abuse it. Clyte's command staff opened fire from hatches and firing ports. Their shots bent inward, outward, nowhere. Vox aerials screamed. The Auspex screens burst. The Chimera's engine began to overheat. The ring tightened. Sonic pressure struck first. A Vox officer's eyes burst inside his skull. Dark fluid running down his cheeks as he continued calling coordinates into a dead handset. A tactician clamped his hands over his ears, but the sound entered through bone. His eardrums ruptured, blood threaded down his neck. Another officer vomited, then vomited black, then collapsed as the air in his lungs cooked. Clyte tried to speak and found his voice gone beneath the engine note. Doomrider circled closer. The Chimera's paint blistered. Ammunition cooked off in the side racks. The men inside thrashed in their seats as heat filled the troop compartment. Skin split. Uniforms smoked. One staff captain clawed at the rear hatch until his fingernails tore away. The hatch had fused shut. Doomrider leaned as he passed the cupola and looked directly at Clyte. The demon prince's face was a ruin being continually remade. Flame ate one cheek down to glistening bone. New flesh crawled over it in the next breath, too pale, too perfect, then blistered black again. His eyes were pits of delighted cruelty. Clyte reached for his bolt pistol. Doomrider laughed and drew his sword across the Chimera as he rode past. The blade cut the command vehicle from prow to engine block. Armor parted without resistance. The machine spirit shrieked through the Vox as its sacred frame opened in a white-hot seam. Clyte had time to see both halves of his command staff slide away from each other. Then the ammunition magazine detonated, and Colonel Jorvan Clyte became another burst of meat and medals across the road. The planetary defense line broke. Some men ran. Some fired until Doomrider reached them. Some knelt and prayed. The prayers did not save them. The demon bike plunged through the ranks, wheels crushing helmets, ribs, laser guns, hands. Warp bolters fired point blank into platoon blocks. Men burst in showers of armor fragments and wet crimson. A sergeant raised a regimental banner and cursed the demon in the Emperor's name. Doomrider took the banner with the man still attached and dragged him for half a kilometre before the pole snapped. Behind him came the Chrome Rapture, a riot of exhaust and devotion. They swept through the ruin of the kill zone, murdering the wounded, stealing weapons, painting their bikes with blood still hot enough to steam. They fought each other for scraps of ceramite and fragments of Clyte's command banner. A looted sentinel stamped on a fallen cult rider and kept moving. A grav cycle crashed into a fuel truck and the explosion killed 30 of the faithful. The rest cheered and accelerated through the flame. Then the underhive opened again. Not in the road, but beneath the bones of the city. Hidden teleportariums, buried during old wars and sanctified in reverse by rites no loyal priest would survive hearing, awakened beneath Hive Mordax. Circles of violet light formed in forgotten transit vaults, in maintenance chapels, in sealed manufactorum crypts where dead machines had dreamed for centuries. Reality folded with the stink of ozone, incense, and fresh blood. The Emperor's children arrived in splendor. They did not spill into the world as a mob. They appeared in perfect violence. Each warrior posed as though his entrance were a work of art. Power armor of purple, gold, ivory, chrome, and flayed crimson caught the emergency lumens and threw them back as cruel radiance. Sonic weapons purred in taloned gauntlets. Blastmasters rested against ornate hip mounts. screamer pistols flexed with caged resonance. Duelists drew thin blades that glittered with toxins and personal vanity. Stim injectors clicked and hissed beneath gorgets and along spinal armor. At their head strode Lord Exultant Viridian All of the Gilded Maw. He was beautiful in the way a killing engine might be beautiful if it had learned contempt. His armor was gilded and prismatic, each plate etched with dueling victories, conquered shrine names, and devotional obscenities written in a script that hurt the mortal eye. A cloak of sensory wire and preserved skin trailed behind him. His helm was under one arm, revealing a pale face sculpted by centuries of arrogance into something too refined to be human and too cruel to be noble. Around him stood his chosen, noise marines with throats replaced by vox horns and armor studded with amplifier nodes, tormentors bearing bolt guns, plasma guns, and chain blades with ceremonial grace, infractors twirling dueling sabers and pistols, laughing softly at the distant screams, corrupted apothecaries with bone saws, combat stimulants, and gene vials clinking against their belts. Mutant pit crews dragged fuel lines and chained demon engine components. Bike packs revved in disciplined hunger, each rider waiting for command. Viridian looked upon the burning district and smiled with measured distaste. "So much enthusiasm," he said. His voice was smooth, cultured, and venomous. "So little composition." A champion beside him bowed. "The rider has manifested, Lord. Yes, I can hear the world lowering itself to his level." Doomrider came for them across the avenue, trailing fire, blood, and cheering lunatics. Viridian stepped forward, spreading one hand in formal greeting. "Exalted engine of the Dark Prince, most radiant scourge of motion, the Gilded Maw welcomes your arrival. Ride with us, and this world shall be rendered into sensation worthy of eternal remembrance." Doomrider did not slow. The Lord Exultant's honor guard held position because they were Emperor's children, and pride had killed better warriors than them. Their champion, a towering swordsman named Saivar the Flawless, stepped into the road with a power blade raised in salute. The demon bike hit him at full speed. Saivar's head separated from his body before his blade descended. Doomrider's front axle caught the corpse, twisted it, and wrapped it around the burning wheel in a spiraling banner of broken armor, severed limbs, and streaming blood. The head bounced once across the road and stopped at Viridian's feet, its perfect expression ruined by surprise. Doomrider carved through the rest of the honor guard in a burst of laughter and engine thunder. One warrior vanished beneath the wheels. Another was cut apart by the bike's unfolding blades. A third fired his plasma pistol into Doomrider's chest, scorching demonic armor, and received the demon prince's sword through his helm for the insult. Viridian did not move. Only his smile changed. "Unsubtle," he murmured, "but persuasive." Across Shaka VI, the war changed shape. In the orbital command shrines, cult infiltrators rose from among the red-robed maintenance choirs. Some had hidden for years beneath masks of duty, whispering false target prayers into cogitators, corrupting firing solutions one line at a time. Others revealed themselves only when the moment came, driving ritual blades into the throats of supervising adepts and smearing blood across brass logic engines. The defense grid obeyed the wrong prayers. Macro cannon batteries that should have watched the void turned inward. The first shot fell upon Muster Yard Helican, where 500,000 loyal soldiers waited for deployment in ordered blocks beneath regimental banners. The shell descended from heaven with the mass of a falling cathedral. The yard vanished in white fire. Men, tanks, supply depots, field shrines, and command towers became a crater filled with glass, and burning uniforms. The second barrage struck a refugee column crawling along the Western Ash Road. Millions had been forced from hive districts marked for artillery cleansing. They died beneath weapons built to crack warships. The third obliterated the primary PDF fuel reserves. A black sun rose over Hive Mordax. In the High Bastion, interrogator Cestus Val watched the hololithic display drown in red. Lord Militant Vale shouted orders no one could execute. Vox officers screamed into dead channels. Priests declared the bombardments a test of faith until one of the defense grid icons rotated and targeted the bastion itself. Tech adepts clawed at control lecterns, praying to machine spirits that no longer listened. Val understood then. Not conquest, not rebellion, not even slaughter in the crude sense. Shaka VI was being made into an engine. Every terrified soul was a piston, every gunshot a spark, every collapsing command structure a gear tooth snapping into motion, billions below, millions under arms, orbital guns firing on their own cities, cultists racing through the arteries, heretic Astartes descending in perfumed arrogance, noise, panic, velocity, fire, and pain in quantities so immense the warp could taste them from beyond reality. Enough suffering to keep Doomrider interested. Val turned away from the display and began transmitting on a sealed inquisitorial channel. Demon Prince manifestation confirmed. Planetary command compromised. Orbital grid corrupted. Request immediate escalation under Ordo Malleus authority. Recommend Adeptus Astartes rapid response. Recommend hunters, not defenders. Far below, Doomrider reached the outer wall of Hive Mordax. Imperial aircraft pursued him through the smoke. Thunderbolt fighters slashed after his heat bloom. Vulture gunships hammered missiles into the wall behind him. A Marauder bomber descended through the murk, heavy with ordnance, its crew chanting the litany of true aim as targeting spirits locked onto the impossible rider. Doomrider raced along the hive's exterior skin, wheels burning against vertical adamantium, the whole poison sky spread behind him. Flak burst around him. Autocannon shells sparked from his armor. His laughter poured across open Vox channels and filled the bomber's cockpit. The Marauder pilot saw him leap. For an instant, the demon bike hung in open air, wheels spinning, biting nothing but smoke and hatred. Then it struck the cockpit canopy. Armored glass, blessed steel, pilot, co-pilot, navigator, and bombardier burst inward in a storm of shredded meat and torn control cables. Doomrider passed through the aircraft as if the bomber were merely another gate in the road. The Marauder rolled, burning, and fell toward the hive. The Demon Prince landed beyond the wall in the middle of a marching Astra Militarum regiment. Thousands of men looked up. Doomrider revved his engine. The sound was a promise. The Gilded Maw did not kneel. Not to the Corpse Emperor, not to the War Master, not to the howling lesser powers that clawed for worship in the warp, and not even to the Demon Prince whose laughter had turned Hive Mordax into a road of meat, fire, and panic. They had come to Shaka VI as artists came to a block of uncut stone, not to conquer it in the crude fashion of iron warriors and oath-bound fools, not to rule it, not to govern it, not to harvest it with the dull arithmetic of the administratum. They had come to transform it, a world of labour, fear, obedience, smoke, and numbers would become a single offering of excess. Its billions would be made to feel before they died. Its armies would be made to hear perfection as their bones broke. Its hives would become instruments. Its roads would become strings. Its shrines would become mouths. Every lord of the Gilded Maw believed himself the only one who understood this. That was why the warband endured. That was why the warband was forever on the edge of killing itself. Lord Exultant Viridian Owl convened his commanders in the Cathedral of St. Draxus, though the saint had been removed from his own house with exemplary care. The statue at the nave's heart had been decapitated, hollowed, wired with amplifier cords, and packed with screaming vox spirits. Its head lay in the baptismal font, filled to the eyes with oil and teeth. The stained glass windows had been stripped from their arches and replaced with sheets of stretched human skin, translucent enough for the outer fires to glow through them in colours of red, amber, and diseased violet. Each pane trembled with the bass throb of distant bombardment. The choir stalls held no singers. They held astropaths, captured, blinded, gelded of hope, wired into amplifier thrones of brass and black iron, their skulls crowned with needle halos, and their throats open to receive silver resonance tubes. Some wept blood. Some smiled without knowing why. Some had already died, but the machines behind them had not accepted the termination of function. Their corpses twitched in rhythm with the note that hung in the cathedral air, a low and constant vibration that made mortal organs bruise inside their cages. Around the nave stood the commanders of the Gilded Moor. They were magnificent. They were diseased. They were ancient murder wearing beauty like a mask. Viridian Owl sat upon the high altar as if it had been made for him. His armour caught every lumen glow, every fire flash, every spark from the tortured choir engines, and broke them into prismatic shards. Purple, gold, ivory, and black shifted across his plate in crawling reflections. His helm rested beside him, horned and smooth-faced, the expression of a god too bored to hate. His bare face was pale, sculpted, and flawless, except for the faint line of irritation at his mouth. Before him, his officers discussed the war as lesser men might discuss wine. The lower transit districts lack tempo, said obsessionist Malrek Dine. The Chrome Rapture produces motion, yes, but no arrangement. Their kills are crude. Their patterns are wasteful. I saw 600 militia crushed into the Eastern Road. 600, not one trophy worth mounting. Malrek Dane wore duelist armour lacquered in black and violet, slimmer than most heretic Astartes plate, though no less strong. His right hand rested upon the pommel of a long power sabre. His left held a heavy pistol with a pearl grip made from the polished skull plate of an imperial champion. His helm, clipped to his belt, bore a narrow visor and a sculpted sneer. Around him lounged the infractors, his chosen killers, each one carrying paired blades, screamer pistols, needle knives, or baroque hand flamers. They had come to Shaka VI for duels, not stampedes. Wasteful, repeated Viridian, tasting the word. A criticism made most often by those too slow to seize abundance. Dane smiled with venomous restraint. Abundance without form is mud, my lord. From the northern transept came a sound like a cathedral organ drowning in blood. Lord cacophonist Serek Vo was laughing, or perhaps breathing. No one could tell with certainty. Serek Vo, master of the Noise Marines, stood surrounded by his cacophony elite. He had long ago surrendered the vanity of a face. His helm and skull were one instrument now, fused into a mask of fluted brass, sensory wire, and wet black cables. Where a mouth should have been, a cluster of throats emerged, each one fitted with a different vox grill. Some whispered, some hummed. One screamed softly without pause. His armor was plated with amplifier nodes and ribbed sonic veins, and his blastmaster rested in his arms like a cherished relic. When he spoke, the sound came in layered voices. The rider is not mud. Every commander turned slightly toward him. Serek rarely wasted language. When he did, the words tended to leave marks. Viridian lifted one perfect brow. Then educate us, Lord of Shrieks. The rider is a note. Serek's grills pulsed. Loud, unstable, glorious, impossible to sustain. He is not a general. He is not a commander. He is not a blade to be placed where a hand desires. He is detonation. He is crescendo without discipline. He must be sounded while he lasts. Dane sneered. A note that tramples its own orchestra. A weak orchestra deserves the wheel. A ripple of amusement moved through the noise marines. Their laughter came as feedback, clicks, rising static, and the scrape of metal picks across weapon strings. Viridian rose from the altar. The cathedral's vibration changed as the warband's attention locked upon him. Mortal slaves at the walls lowered their eyes. Those who forgot were punished by proximity to glory. One serf looked too long at the Lord Exultant's face and began to claw at his own cheeks, unable to bear the imperfection of his flesh. Enough criticism, Viridian said. The world bleeds. The Imperials still believe themselves besieged by sedition. Their governor shouts at maps. Their regiments form lines. Their priests bless artillery. Their little minds seek the comfort of categories. We shall deny them that comfort. He stepped down from the altar, every movement measured, every gesture theatrical and lethal. Tormentors advanced through the eastern manufactorum range. Bolt guns first, plasma second, melter only against armor and shrine gates. Leave survivors where their screams will carry. Infractors will follow and refine the work. Take officers alive if they posture. Kill them if they bore you. Lord Serek, your choirs will silence. District Malovar and pin the loyalist reserves beneath their own rupturing skulls. Serek bowed with a cord that made 3 mortal attendants bleed from the nose. And the rider? Dine asked. Viridian's smile became thin. The rider will be made to appear useful. Outside the cathedral, the formal offensive began. The tormentors of the Gilded Moor advanced through streets choked with smoke and kneeling corpses. They marched in disciplined files, not the rigid obedience of loyalist Astartes, but the predatory unity of killers who wished their murders witnessed. Their armor was ornate, every plate etched with excess, every helm crested or masked or sculpted into expressions of cruel serenity. Bolt guns spoke in controlled bursts. Loyalist barricades disappeared under mass reactive detonations. Men exploded behind sandbags and plasteel shields, their limbs striking the walls behind them hard enough to leave red silhouettes. Plasma guns spat miniature suns into chimera hulls. Melter guns turned bunker doors into dripping slag and the soldiers behind them into steam and bone shadows. They did not hurry. That was their pride. The infractors came after, laughing softly as they stepped through the smoke. Malrek Dane led them personally, boots splashing through blood pooled in shell craters. They found survivors beneath wreckage and dragged them out for sport. A sergeant of the Planetary Defense Forces rose with a chainsword, screaming the name of the Emperor. Dane parried once, removed the man's sword hand, removed the other hand for symmetry, then opened him from throat to groin with a duelist's flourish. He watched the entrails spill, judged the fall unsatisfactory, and moved on. Above them, the noise marines began their work. Sonic blasters keened from balconies and transit platforms. Blastmasters opened their throats toward District Malovar and turned sound into execution. Hab blocks shook apart from within. Windows became storms of glass. Men died without wounds, their brains pulped by pressure waves, blood foaming from eyes and mouths. Others survived long enough to hear the second note, and the second note found the cavities in their bones. Knees bent backward, teeth cracked, lungs collapsed. The district's defensive fire faltered, then became random, then became screaming. The Gilded Moor advanced with elegance. Then Doomrider arrived and ruined the composition. He crossed the battlefield too quickly for either army to understand that he had entered it. One moment the tormentors were advancing behind a curtain of sonic fire. The next, an Imperial Sentinel Walker spun through the air in two pieces, its pilot still strapped inside the cockpit, headless and burning. Doomrider's bike screamed across the street, wheels biting through ferrocrete, blades extended, warp bolters vomiting violet flame. He rode between a squad of cult bikers and a line of Imperial infantry, killing both without preference. A chrome Rapture rider raised his arms in worship and was reduced to paste beneath the rear wheel. 3 guardsmen behind him were cut in half by the same pass. Dane saw the approach and cursed. "Form the crescent," he ordered. "Do not let the animal break the line." His infractors moved with beautiful precision, blades lifted, pistols angled, closing into a killing pattern meant to catch an enemy commander in a web of intersecting duels. Doomrider never entered the web. He rode over it. The bike struck the side of a ruined manufactorum, screamed up the wall, crossed the underside of a troop bridge, dropped behind the infractors, and accelerated through their rear rank. 2 duelists vanished under the wheels. Another lost his legs and fired both pistols into the air as he fell. Doomrider's sword flashed once, and an infractor champion became 2 wet halves collapsing in opposite directions. Dane's vox filled with laughter. Not mockery from his brothers. Not yet. The rider. The sound scraped across his pride like a blade across bone. Across the avenue, Viridian watched from the steps of a conquered shrine as Doomrider's passage turned disciplined advance into ecstatic confusion. The tormentors surged forward too quickly, unwilling to be outdone. Noise Marines raised their fire tempo, competing with the demon engine's scream. Cultists flooded the streets behind him, trampling wounded heretic Astartes and loyalists alike. The offensive became faster, louder, bloodier, and less controllable. Viridian opened a planet-wide Vox channel stolen from the governor's own relay network. His voice poured over Shaka VI, smooth as poisoned oil. "People of this corpse forge, hear the truth denied to you by your masters. The procession has begun. The first wheel turns. The divine road opens beneath your cities. Cast aside your chains and be crushed beautifully beneath the coming of perfection." The words went outward through burning Vox towers and corrupted signal shrines. They entered guard posts, field hospitals, manufacturing work gangs, refugee convoys, and tank command nets. Men heard them and retched. Men heard them and wept. Men heard them and turned their guns upon officers who ordered calm. Viridian smiled. "The first wheel of the divine procession," he said again, for himself. Doomrider answered. He came up the side of the primary broadcast tower, a needle of black adamantium rising above the captured shrine. His bike spiraled around it, wheels carving molten circles into its flank. The tower's machine spirit shrieked as he climbed. Cables snapped. Signal dishes bent towards him like flowers turning to a hateful sun. At the summit, he cut through the tower's spine with his demon blade. The structure groaned. Viridian looked up. The smile left his face for the smallest fraction of a heartbeat. The broadcast tower fell onto his reserve companies. Hundreds of Emperor's children thralls vanished beneath the collapse. Mutant pit crews were crushed under plates of adamantium. bike packs disappeared in explosions of fuel and bone. A Tormentor squad braced too late and was buried under signal arrays the size of hab blocks. The Vox relay died with a final shriek that sounded almost like applause. Doomrider rode down the falling tower as it descended, laughing all the way, then launched from its tip before it struck the ground. Viridian stood amid the dust and ruin, untouched, because fate had manners around him, or because he killed anything that did not. One of his lieutenants staggered from the wreckage, armor cracked, half his face missing. "My lord," the warrior rasped, "was that intended?" Viridian looked at him. The lieutenant died before he understood the sword had moved. "Everything exquisite is intended after it happens," Viridian said. Then the Titans came. The sky above the eastern Manufactorum range lit with the red sigils of Legio Caranax. Sirens wailed from every Imperial Vox post still alive. Skitarii maniples advanced first, ranks of red-robed cybernetic infantry marching through the ash with galvanic rifles raised, their binaric cant sharp and cold. Macro-hauler ammunition trains crawled behind them on vast treads, dragging shells the size of hab chambers. Priests of Mars walked beside the machines, swinging sensors, data tethers, and sacred spanners. They did not chant fear, they chanted maintenance. Then the god engines stepped through the smoke. 2 warhounds stalked ahead, lean and savage, their void shields shimmering like heat haze over sacred armor. Turbo lasers glowed. Vulcan megabolters rotated with hungry precision. Behind them came a Reaver Titan, damaged but still magnificent, its right shoulder plating blackened from an older war, its princeps throne sealed within a cathedral of cables, amniotic fluid, and wrath. Its carapace missile launcher elevated toward the burning hive. Its volcano cannon drank power from a reactor old enough to have forgotten mercy. In the noosphere, the princeps of the Reaver tasted the battlefield as light, code, heat, threat, and insult. Doomrider registered as a velocity anomaly wrapped in blasphemy. The princeps smiled inside the manifold. "Cage the beast," he whispered. The warhounds fired first. Lances of killing light crossed the avenue. A cult horde became steam. A squad of tormentors vanished in the blast wash. The Reaver's void shields rolled forward with each step, invisible domes flickering as incoming fire died against them. Skitarii maniples adjusted formation with inhuman calm, their transuranic arquebuses and plasma calivers tracking targets among the fleeing bodies. The ammunition haulers anchored. The Titan Guard established overlapping fields of fire. For the first time since the Basilica split open, the battlefield seemed to slow. Doomrider changed that. He came directly at the Reaver. Even the Emperor's children paused to watch. The Daemon, bike accelerated through the burning avenue, passed beneath the legs of a retreating Leman Russ, and left the tank flipping end over end behind him. Warhound fire tracked him. Void shields shimmered. A lesser rider would have died against the first shield envelope, broken into atoms by sacred technology. Doomrider did not strike the shields. He listened to them. Every void shield flickered, not visibly, not to mortal eyes, but between harmonic pulses, between impact correction and reactor draw. There existed moments smaller than thought. Doomrider rode those moments. He slipped between overlapping shield harmonics in a flare of impossible motion, the demon bike screaming as if delighted by the insult to physics. He emerged beneath the Reaver's defensive envelope, inside the God Engine's reach, where the Titan's greatest weapons could not lower fast enough to touch him. Skitarii died first. He rode through them in a burning curve, severing legs, torsos, augmetics, data tethers. Their binary screams burst across the noosphere in static shrines of pain. A macro hauler tried to reverse. Doomrider passed under its chassis and carved through fuel lines, ammunition feeds, and crew compartments. The vehicle erupted in a chain of internal detonations, throwing shells into the air like iron bones. The Reaver lifted one foot to crush him. Doomrider was already at the ankle. His blade struck again and again, not to kill the Titan, but to insult it. He carved through armor seals, tendon cables, shrine plating, and hydraulic clusters. The Reaver's leg buckled. Inside the Princeps chamber, alarms became a wall of red. Moderati shouted. Tech priests screamed binaric prayers. The God Engine staggered, one knee crashing down into the avenue hard enough to flatten an entire company of loyal infantry trapped beneath it. Doomrider rode up the Titan's ankle plating and carved a mark into the sacred armor. A burning Slaanesh sigil flared against the machine, its edges molten, obscene, and alive. Then he was gone, racing away before the warhounds could bring their guns to bear, trailing laughter behind him like a banner. In the High Bastion, Interrogator Cestus Val watched the Titan icon kneel on the hololith. He did not curse, he did not pray. He had passed beyond both. Around him, the Strategium was dying by increments. Officers shouted contradictory orders. A priest had shot himself after hearing Viridian's broadcast repeat backward through his own mouth. Lord Militant's aides argued over whether the governor still had authority, now that half his command network was speaking in engine laughter. Through the stained armor-glass windows, the eastern horizon pulsed with fire. Val turned to the astropathic choir pit. The surviving astropaths were chained upright in bronze frames, guarded by stormtroopers with black visors and hell guns. Their overseer, a bald man with inked eyelids and a throat full of prayer scars, looked at Val and trembled. "Message priority?" the overseer asked. "Maximum." "Destination?" Val looked at the hololith again. Doomrider's trace did not appear as a marker. It appeared as absence. A wound moving faster than the instruments could name it. Any Adeptus Astartes force within astropathic reach. Mark for White Scar's command channels if they answer. Mark for the Ordo Malleus if they do not. The overseer swallowed. Wording. Val spoke without hesitation. Demon Prince manifestation confirmed. Subject identified as Doomrider. White Scar's involvement recommended. Subject displays extreme velocity, mass casualty potential, and command disruptive unpredictability. Conventional containment impossible. The astropaths began to scream the message into the warp. Far below, the Reaver Titan burned at the ankle, the Gilded Maw argued amid victory, and Doomrider rode through the ruin of armies as though the world had been built only to give him road. The astropathic scream reached the strike cruiser while it was running silent between dead moons. Storm Talon's vow drifted in the cold, its engines veiled, its hull lamps shuttered, its lance batteries locked in patient sleep. The vessel was lean by the standards of Imperial warships, built for pursuit rather than procession, its white hull scarred by old burns and marked by the red lightning of Chogoris. Along its flanks, kill banners hung behind void shield veins in armoured reliquaries, each strip of hide or cloth bearing the name of a hunt fulfilled. Tyrannid alpha beasts, orc war bosses, dark Eldar flesh lords, traitor captains, demon things whose true names had been burned out of record after their skulls were taken. In the Strategium, Corsaro Khan listened to a dying world call for hunters. The message did not arrive as speech. Astropathic pleas rarely did. They came as wounds in thought, as images force behind the eyes, as the taste of ash, as the pressure of another man's terror breaking across the soul. The choir aboard the strike cruiser gave voice to it in broken fragments, their throats bleeding, their chained bodies trembling within their iron frames. Shaka VI, Demon Prince manifestation confirmed. Subject identified as Doomrider. White Scar's involvement recommended. Conventional containment impossible. The last words became a howl. One of the astropaths bit through his tongue. Another slammed his head against the back of his throne until a chapter serf locked his skull in place with a restraint clamp. Blood ran down the bronze steps below the choir and steamed where it touched the incense burners. Corsaro did not speak until the scream ended. He stood beneath the hololithic sphere of the contested system, helm mag locked at his hip, his long moustaches braided with bone beads and kill rings. His armor was white, scarred, and plain compared to the gilded vanity of traitors. But it carried its own savage nobility. Red lightning marked his greaves and shoulder guards. Totems of Chagorian horsehair stirred in the ventilation flow. Moonfang rested at his side, the blade quiet in its scabbard, waiting like a patient animal. Around him stood the officers of the Brotherhood, bike sergeants, landspeeder pilots, storm talon wing leaders, veteran blade brothers whose faces were weathered by centuries of war. Tekmarine Batu Korlan stood apart in red armor, half his face replaced by steel and black lenses, servo arms folded over his back like the limbs of a hunting mantis. Stormseer Yesuge Targut watched the astropaths with hooded eyes, his staff grounded against the deck, its carved charms clicking softly against one another. No one rushed to speak. The white scars did not mistake noise for readiness. Corsaro looked upon the hololith. Shaka VI revolved within a cage of red threat marks, surrounded by corrupted orbital defense signatures and the crawling infection of ground war. Loyalist units still held hive bastions, ash causeways, manufacturing belts, shrine districts, orbital elevators, and artillery shrines. They were dying in enormous numbers. That, too, appeared in the hololith as light, a fading constellation of imperial discipline. The Khan had seen such maps before. Worlds did not die all at once. They were cut apart by decisions. A sergeant named Yebe of the wind-torn banner placed a fist to his breastplate. "The road is long." Corsaro's gaze did not leave Shaka VI. "Then we will make it shorter with blood." The words settled. No cheering followed them. The oath of the hunt did not need applause. Doomrider. The name had come to the White Scars before, carried in old reports and older shame. Masters of the hunt had ridden after that name through ash wastes, orbital wreckage fields, demon roads, and burning manufactoria. They had found tire marks cut into worlds. They had found regiments ground into paste across causeways. They had found laughter preserved inside Vox recordings that drove mortal analysts mad before the third repetition. They had found nothing to mount upon the walls of Quanzhou. That stain mattered. Corsaro was captain of the Third Company. He was the 51st Master of the Hunt. The title was not ornament. It was burden, blade, and debt. When the Great Khan's sons named prey, the chase did not end with retreat, excuse, or uncertainty. The head must be taken. The head must be returned. The head must be displayed before the chapter so that the dead could look upon the ending of the road and know that the hunt had been true. Doomrider had evaded that ending. Corsaro had never forgiven him. "Show me the old records," he said. The hololith changed. Images rose in pale light. A dead moon near the Eye of Terror. Armoured columns torn open across glassed roads. a fortress gate split by tracks that crossed its surface sideways. A White Scars kill team found flayed and arranged around their own, bikes, engines still revving though the fuel lines had been severed. A demonic silhouette moving faster than Auspex frames could resolve. Fire, chrome, horns, a blade in one hand, a bike that seemed to hate the ground beneath it. Tech Marine Batu Korlan's voice came from his helm grille, flattened by augmetics. Pattern confirmed. Subject answers, cultic ignition rites involving motion, combustion, blood volume, sonic excess, and command collapse. Presence duration varies. Direct attempts at command by allied heretic forces result in increased volatility. In other words, said Jebe, the beast bites the hand that feeds it. Yes, Batu replied, and consumes the arm for inefficiency. A few of the warriors smiled. They were small smiles, brief and predatory. Stormseer Yasuge stepped closer to the hololith. His eyes were dark, and there were white scars across his scalp where old psychic backlash had opened him to the bone. He lifted one hand. The image of Doomrider distorted, stretching forward and backward at once. He is not merely fast, the Stormseer said. That is the lie the eye tells because the soul fears the truth. He rides the seam between the world and the storm beyond the world. Materium beneath one wheel, immaterium beneath the other. Every passage leaves a wound behind him, short-lived but deep. Auspex sees where he was, men hear where he is. Sometimes he arrives before the sound of his own engine has been born. JB grunted. Then we do not chase him. Corsaro nodded once. No, we make him chase us. The hololith shifted again as Batu began projecting deployment options. Icons of the Brotherhood appeared around Shaka VI. The numbers were small compared to the slaughter below. A handful of bike squads. Attack bikes armed with multi-melters and heavy bolters. Land speeders prepared for low-altitude strike runs. Storm Talon gunships. Thunderhawk and Storm Raven deployment craft. A single Stormseer. A single Tech Marine. Veteran Blade Brothers, whose names were already carved into honor scars, and whose deaths, if they came, would be sung to the storm. It was nothing beside the scale of the war. That was why it might work. The Imperium thought in armies, fleets, tithes, and attrition tables. The White Scars thought in throats. The body could be vast. The throat remained small. Batu expanded a cluster of weapon icons. Grav snares prepared for roadway denial and vector disruption. Stasis mines blessed and sealed. Though I offer no certainty they will hold a demon prince in translation between realms. Adamantine chain harpoons consecrated by the Reclusiam and fitted to attack bikes for restraint attempts. Melter lances mounted to forward outrider units. Servo skull traffic beacons loaded with false motion signatures to mimic retreating bike packs, panicked armoured convoys, and high-velocity prey. Bait, said one of the veterans. Meat, said another. Corsaro looked toward the astropathic choir. The surviving psychers shook in their thrones, hollow-eyed, drained by the effort of receiving the plea. The message had burned through them. He wondered if the man who sent it understood what he had asked. Not salvation, not mercy, not deliverance. Hunters. We will not assault the planet in strength, Corsaro said. That drew the attention of every warrior present. The war below will remain loud. The Imperial commanders will be ordered to maintain pressure across all fronts. They will hold, counterattack, withdraw, and die in visible motion. They will feed the beast spectacle until we find its measure. A younger brother, scars still pale across his face, inclined his head. They will lose millions. They are already losing millions, Corsaro said. We will spend their deaths to buy the head. No one challenged him, not because the words were gentle, but because they were true. The white scars did not dress necessity in silk. A hunter did not weep for the grass flattened beneath the chase. Yasuge's voice was quiet. Appetite is not hunger. Hunger ends when fed. Appetite grows while eating. Corsaro looked at him. Then we do not feed him. We tempt him. The Stormseer's charms clicked once in the recycled air. That road is narrow. All true roads are. The order went through the strike cruiser like wind over steppe grass. Stormtalon's vow woke. Engines rumbled, from veiled silence into restrained fury. Armory vaults opened beneath chanting serfs. Bikes were lowered from mag cradles, their white hulls daubed with fresh kill sigils and streaks of red. Tech adepts moved among them with censers and oil, murmuring litanies to machine spirits eager for war. Bolters were loaded, chainswords revved and tested, power lances were drawn from racks. Melter cells were locked into place. Grav snares were mounted to attack bike frames under Batu's unblinking gaze. In the launch decks, the Brotherhood gathered. They did not kneel. They did not sing hymns in the manner of Shrine World regiments. They stood beside their mounts and spoke to them in low voices, as Chogorian warriors had once spoken to horses beneath open skies. The bikes answered in engine growls and diagnostic purrs. Each machine spirit knew the scent of pursuit. Each rider knew that speed without discipline was merely falling with purpose. Corsaro walked the line. He touched a gauntlet to a handlebar here, a shoulder guard there. No long speeches, no false promises. "To the throat," he said to one squad. "To the throat," they answered. "To the head," he said to another. "To the head," came the reply. At the end of the launch bay, his own bike waited in its cradle, white and red beneath the lumen strips, scarred by hunts that had crossed half the galaxy. The machine spirit stirred as he approached. He placed his palm against the front cowling. "Once more," he murmured. The deck trembled under the first impacts of anti-orbital fire. Shaka the Sixth's corrupted guns had seen them. The drop began through fire. Thunderhawks and Storm Ravens punched from the strike cruiser's launch bays, hulls glowing as they entered the poisoned atmosphere. Storm Talon gunships sheared down beside them in tight formation, assault cannons and lascannons tracking the black sky. Below, the planet hurled defiance upward. Macro flak burst in dirty flowers. Lance fire climbed from defense shrines and orbital towers, corrupted machine spirits firing with prayers turned inside out. Missiles streaked through smog trails. A storm talon to Corsaro's left took a direct hit and vanished in a sphere of white flame, its pilot voxing a death oath that ended in static. "Hold course," Corsaro said. The descent craft shook. Warning runes flashed. A serf strapped into the rear harness vomited blood from pressure shock. The white scars remained still in their restraints, helms locked forward, bikes secured beneath them, engines already running in caged thunder. Another transport died above them, breaking apart as it fell. Its wreckage tumbled through the clouds, scattering burning Astartes bikes and mortal crew across the sky. "Wind take them," Jebe voxed. "Wind carry them," Corsaro replied. The assault ramp blew open before they touched ground. Air howled in, hot and poisonous. The cargo causeway below raced beneath them, an armoured highway suspended between hive walls, crowded with retreating Munitorum haulers, fuel crawlers, refugee transports, and broken tanks. Shells burst along its length. Cult bikers swarmed its flanks. Imperial soldiers fired from moving trucks, while officers shot deserters trying to climb aboard. The Thunderhawk dropped lower. "Ride," Corsaro ordered. The White Scars launched from the open ramp at full speed. Their bikes struck the moving causeway like bolts from a storm god's bow. Ceramite tires screamed against metal. Suspensions absorbed impacts that would have broken mortal spines. They threaded between haulers, vaulted barricades, and opened fire before their landing run had ended. Twin bolters cut down cult riders. Multi-melter blasts turned looted sentinels into incandescent wreckage. A land speeder swept overhead, heavy bolter chewing a line through chrome rapture fanatics clinging to the side rails. It was not glorious. It was insertion through collapse. A Munitorum hauler jackknifed across the causeway, its driver dead at the wheel, its cargo bed full of screaming wounded. Yebe took his squad over it in a white arc, landing amid a pack of cult bikes and breaking them apart with bolter fire and chainsword strikes. One cultist leapt from his saddle onto a White Scars rider, biting at ceramite with filed teeth. The Astartes crushed the man's skull against his fuel tank and kept riding. Corsaro drove through the center, a stolen enforcer. Gravcycle came at him head-on, its rider waving a hook blade and shrieking Doomrider's titles. Corsaro leaned aside, drew Moonfang in one smooth motion, and took the cultist's head without slowing. The body continued past him and struck a fuel drum. The explosion washed over his armor, blackening the white plate. "Forward," he voxed. "Do not root. Do not linger. We are not here to hold road." The Brotherhood cut through the causeway fight like a blade through tangled rope. Behind them, Imperial soldiers stared after the White Riders with awe and fear, then died as the next wave of cultists slammed into their vehicles. Ahead, the causeway descended into an armoured plain, where the war had eaten everything noble from the word battle. Baneblades burned there, dozens of them, sacred engines of the Astra Militarum, lay gutted across the field. Some still fired from ruined sponsons. Some had been split open, their crew compartments exposed. Men inside reduced to blackened shapes, fused to command thrones and ammunition hoists. Lehman Russ squadrons fought and died between the carcasses of their larger kin. Basilisk shells screamed overhead. Skitari maniples advanced through the smoke in red lines, only to be swallowed by cult bikes, demon fire, and the bellowing noise of heretic Astartes' weapons. In the distance, something laughed. Corsaro heard it through the vox, through his helm, through the bones of his skull. The sound was not loud at first. That made it worse. It was intimate, as if the thing making it rode just behind him, with its mouth beside his ear. The smoke ahead split. Doomrider burst from the burning side of a Baneblade, his demon bike trailing molten armor and human remains. He had ridden through the tank, not over it, through it. The vehicle's turret tore loose behind him and crashed into a platoon of fleeing guardsmen, flattening them beneath sacred steel. The demon prince's armor burned with purple fire. His blade dragged along the ground, throwing sparks that became tiny, screaming faces before fading. His bike snarled, wet and mechanical, its wheels slick with blood. He was in the middle of slaughter when he stopped. Not fully. The bike still trembled. The wheels still spun. Fire still crawled over his horns and shoulders, but his forward motion ceased with impossible suddenness, as if the universe itself had struck a wall around him. Across the field of burning Baneblades, Doomrider turned his head. He looked directly at Corsaro Khan. Around them, armies continued to die. Tanks exploded, men screamed, guns roared, the sky rained ash and fire. None of it mattered. The demon prince smiled. His mouth was full of flame. Corsaro lowered Moonfang until the blade pointed down the road between them. "The head," he said. Shaka VI became a war the way a corpse became carrion, not by choice, but because everything hungry in the dark had finally scented it. The hives burned from beneath. Flame did not descend from the sky in noble spears alone, though the corrupted orbital batteries still hurled judgment into loyal districts with machine precision and heretic intent. Fire rose from the underlevels first, from sump tunnels, transit crypts, manufacturum furnace lanes, fuel shrines, ration vaults, and the buried roads where men had once travelled to work beneath the lash of quota bells. It climbed through elevator shafts and ventilation lungs. It crawled along cable bundles thick as ancient trees. It found habstacks, shrine decks, munition galleries, and worker dormitories, and turned all of them into offerings. The Manufactorum continents did not stop producing. They had never been designed to stop. Presses stamped armor plates while cultists butchered overseers beside the assembly lines. Shell casings rolled from cogitator-guided mills, while workers with bleeding ears fed their own dead into loading hoppers rather than miss production rights. Lasegun stocks moved along conveyor chains past bodies hanging from them by their wrists. Servo arms dipped into vats of coolant, blessed, lifted, welded and stamped, indifferent to screams, indifferent to treachery, indifferent even to the planetary governor's increasingly incoherent orders. In the corpse starch halls, the dead arrived faster than the grinders could swallow them. Munitorum functionaries solved the backlog with efficiency. Bodies were stripped of armor, boots, weapons, and identification tags. Priests muttered the briefest permitted rites over heaps rather than individuals. Then the dead were shoved into processing chutes with shovels, augmetic claws, and the boots of exhausted men. The paste that emerged was packed into grey ration bricks and sent forward to feed soldiers already encircled, already bleeding, already marked for death by maps they would never see. That was the Imperium. Even Apocalypse had a supply chain. Commanders in sealed bunkers spoke in tonnage, loss ratios, ammunition expenditure, and acceptable planetary degradation. The words made the end of worlds sound like accountancy. The Astra Militarum siege regiments dug trench lines across ash flats and named them after saints whose statues had already been melted down for shrapnel. Penal legions were unshackled in kill corridors and promised remission by commissars who had no intention of surviving long enough to sign the papers. Monitorum armoured reserves rolled from storage vaults in columns of Lehman Russ tanks, hellhounds, malcadors, basilisks, and ammunition crawlers, all covered in dust from wars they had missed and prayers they would soon betray. Skitari cohorts marched beside them in red and brass, binaric cant snapping through the poisonous air as their Magos overseers calculated sacred attrition. Ecclesiarchy mobs followed icons and screaming confessors into artillery fire, waving flamer tanks, cudgels, chain blades, and relic bones. Navy wings cut through the smog above the hives. Thunderbolts and marauders hunting corrupted gun emplacements while the corrupted guns hunted them back. The war expanded until the eye could not contain it. Then, Doomrider ignored the front lines entirely. He went where order still pretended to exist. A Medici train crawled along the western ash causeway beneath strips of white cloth, marked with red aquilas. Inside its armoured carriages, wounded men lay stacked in iron frames, their limbs clamped, their mouths full of pain suppressors, their bodies labelled for repair, reuse, or final devotion. Chirurgeons worked until their hands shook. Servitors carried trays of severed limbs past shelves of blood packs. Priests whispered absolution into ears that no longer heard. The demon bike came through the train from behind. The last carriage vanished in a storm of purple fire and spinning metal. Doomrider rode along the roof of the next, his wheels cutting molten channels through ceramite plating. Warp bolters fired downward, punching through decks, stretchers, medica shrines, and men who had survived battle only to learn survival was temporary mercy. The train's engine screamed under overload as the driver tried to accelerate. Doomrider reached the front before the command to increase speed had travelled through the Vox line. His blade opened the locomotive from boiler to plough. The train derailed across the causeway, carriages rolling, splitting, spilling men and machinery into ash. Those who crawled from the wreck found cult riders waiting with hooks, chains, and laughter. A fuel convoy died next. Then 3 ammunition crawlers. Then a field shrine dedicated to St. Drusus, where 4,000 guardsmen had been ordered to receive blessing before counterattack. Doomrider rode through the altar, through the confessor, through the reliquary, and through the kneeling ranks behind it. Burning promethium from the shattered fuel convoy washed into the shrine square moments later and set the prayers alight. Rear echelon became a phrase men spoke with bitterness. There was no rear. There was only road, and the rider owned every road he could see. An army began to starve, while warehouses stood full within walking distance. Fuel tanks burned beside regiments with empty transports. Ammunition depots exploded while infantry companies fixed bayonets because their last packs were dry. Command Vox stations fell silent one after another, not always destroyed, sometimes merely abandoned after their operators heard engine noise in the walls and opened their own throats with signal knives. The Gilded Moor exploited the rupture with all the elegance of carrion birds that believed themselves artists. Noise Marines took District Malova apart one street at a time. Sonic blasters shrieked from balconies and ruined transit platforms, pinning entire infantry blocks beneath pressure waves that turned discipline into spasms. Men tried to hold formation as their teeth cracked inside their mouths. Officers raised swords and lost the flesh from their faces to invisible force. Heavy weapon teams died at their guns, brains liquefied behind intact skulls. Blastmasters opened against trench systems, and the earth convulsed as if the planet itself wished to vomit out the men hiding within it. Ferrocrete revetments shattered. Dugouts collapsed inward. Wire obstacles danced like living things before whipping through the bodies of those they were meant to protect. The tormentors advanced through the openings. They did not hurry. They killed with the controlled arrogance of warriors who believed murder improved when performed with attention. Bolt guns rose and fired in measured bursts. Loyalists hiding behind sandbags erupted as mass reactive rounds detonated inside their torsos. Plasma gunners reduced weapon nests to white silhouettes. Melter guns breathed sun heat into bunker slits until the men inside ran out as burning shapes and were put down with pistol fire. Behind them, infractors cut survivors into trophies, though Malrek Dane's irritation grew with every corpse he judged improperly presented. Doomrider's passage had made too much of the battle ugly, random, and fast. The duelist wanted symmetry. Shaka VI gave him only screaming men, collapsing walls, and roads slick enough to ruin footwork. Then the white scars struck. They came in white flashes across the Emperor's children flanks, appearing from ash haze and smoke corridors, firing as they moved. Bike squads cut through cult outriders, leaving them tumbling in pieces across the manufacturum roads. Attack bikes swept wide and burned Daemon engine handlers with multi-melter fire, turning mutated flesh and chain harnesses into slumped black slag. Land speeders screamed low over rooflines, heavy bolters hammering into noise marine amplifier nests before vanishing behind towers of smoke. Storm Talon gunships raked the upper levels with assault cannon fire, then banked away before return shots could form a clean solution. They did not hold ground. They broke it. A Tormentor captain died when Corsaro Khan led 3 riders through a shell crater, up the broken flank of an overturned transport, and into the traitor's command knot. The captain turned with admirable speed. Moonfang cut faster. His head struck the road, helm still transmitting a challenge his body would never honor. Corsaro's brothers crippled the command Rhino with melter fire, killed its surviving officers, and were gone before the Gilded Moor's second rank could turn. The effect was immediate. The Emperor's children hated being denied audience. Officers diverted squads to pursue. Noise Marines increased fire beyond sustainable patterns, seeking to catch riders in walls of sound. Cultists tried to follow every white shape they glimpsed, clogging avenues, crashing into one another, dying under Imperial guns they had forgotten to fear. Doomrider noticed. He had been halfway through the massacre of a guardsman regiment caught between 2 burning hab blocks. The men had formed a ragged square around their colours, commissars shooting deserters until the commissars were torn apart as well. Doomrider was circling them slowly, enjoying the tightening geometry of terror. Each lap killed a few more. Each pass pushed them closer together. Their bayonets pointed outward like a field of frightened thorns. Then a White Scars bike squad crossed the avenue beyond them, firing into a pack of Emperor's Children outriders. Doomrider stopped circling. The guardsmen lived because they were suddenly less interesting than speed. He accelerated away without looking back, leaving the trapped regiment shaking in a silence filled only by sobbing, coughing, and the crackle of burning dead. Half of them opened fire after him in blind rage. None struck him. Several hit their own wounded. The chase entered the mag rail network. Once, the transit arteries of Hive Mordax had moved cargo, workers, pilgrims, ammunition, and condemned prisoners between districts at brutal efficiency. Now the elevated rails sagged under shell damage, fire, and the weight of derailed trains. Some lines still carried automated cargo engines, machine spirits obeying schedules that no longer mattered. Others hung broken over streets filled with war. Corsaro's forward riders took the high route. JB of the wind-torn banner led his squad onto a rail spur through a gap in the transit wall. Bikes, hammering across metal barely wider than their wheelbase. Behind them, Doomrider laughed and followed vertically up the side of a tower, his demon bike gripping the surface in a storm of sparks. The White Scars jumped the first break. Their bikes soared across open air as a cargo train exploded below, ammunition cooking off in a chain of thunderclaps. They landed hard on the far rail, suspensions shrieking, bolters firing backward. Cult riders tried to imitate them. The first 6 missed the jump and fell screaming into the avenue. The next 3 struck the far edge and burst apart against the rail supports. One landed, howling praise, then was clipped by a passing mag engine and spread across 1/2 kilometre of track. Doomrider did not jump. He rode the air between the rails as though the missing bridge existed for him alone. Warp bolter fire hammered after Jebi's squad. One White Scar took a round through the rear of his bike. The machine detonated, throwing him into a rail pylon hard enough to crack ceramite and bone. He was dead before he fell. Another rider veered through a rain of burning train fragments and lost an arm to a spinning axle. He controlled the bike with one hand for 3 more seconds, long enough to fire his bolter into the face of a cult rider, before Doomrider's front wheel came down on him from above. The Demon Prince had reached the transit tower. He rode vertically down its face, head first, blade out, flames streaming upward from his armor as if the world had inverted around him. Yabi saw him coming and turned into the attack rather than flee. That was courage. It was also exactly what Doomrider wanted. The demon bike landed in the middle of the squad. One White Scar's engine vanished beneath the front wheel, ceramite, adamantium, fuel, and bone grinding into a single red-black smear across the rail. Doomrider's blade swept low and cut through another bike's engine block, rider, and rear wheel in one stroke. The explosion tossed the dying Astartes into the air, and the Demon Prince caught him by the helm, crushed the faceplate inward, and threw the body into Jebe's path. Jebe rode over his brother because stopping meant death. He fired point blank as he passed. Bolt rounds detonated across Doomrider's chest and shoulder, blasting chunks from Baroque armor, revealing burning flesh beneath. The Demon Prince only laughed harder. His warp bolters answered. The shots struck Yabi's helm, one after another, until the white ceramite burst and the head inside became a red cloud across the wind. The last rider tried to take the demon with him. He drove straight at Doomrider, melter charge armed, engines screaming. Corsaro saw the act through the shared feed from a distant servo skull and said nothing. Doomrider waited until the final heartbeat, then lifted his bike onto its rear wheel and brought the front down upon the White Scar's chest. The melter charge detonated beneath them. White light swallowed the rail. When the glare faded, the White Scar was gone. Doomrider remained, armor smoking, one horn cracked, his bike's front tire burning brighter than before. Across the data feed, every White Scar heard JB's squad icons extinguish. A younger sergeant voxed first, voice tight with rage. "Khan, grant pursuit." "No," Corsaro said. "They are cut down." "I saw. We can reach him." "No." The silence that followed was harder than argument. Corsaro watched the picked loop again in his retinal display. Doomrider's descent, the timing of the jump, the way he abandoned lesser prey for faster motion, the way wounds delighted him, the way he overcommitted when challenged with direct defiance. Every loss was a mark in the hunter's mind. Every death became shape. "Mark the tower," he said. "Mark the rail. Mark the interval between manifestation and strike. Mark the response to melter detonation. No vengeance until it buys the head." His brothers obeyed. That was why they were not Doomrider. They loved speed, but they did not worship it. They used fury, but did not let fury ride them. Doomrider was acceleration without purpose beyond sensation. Corsaro was patience moving quickly. Interrogator Cestus Val saw what the demon left behind at Field Hospital Carthax. The hospital had occupied 3 linked manufacturing sheds behind what had once been a stable front. Now its roof was open to the smoke, and its floors were painted in men. Doomrider had not remained long. That made the ruin worse. A moment of his attention had been sufficient to end everything Mercy had tried to build. Cots had overturned in rows. Surgical servitors continued operating on bodies missing too much to survive, their tools clicking and whirring in obedience to dead protocols. A medici officer hung from a ceiling chain by his own rebreather hose, abdomen opened, boots turning slowly over a puddle of organs. Field priests lay among the wounded they had failed to comfort. The altar at the rear had been split by tire tracks. The aquila above it had been melted into a shape that resembled a screaming wheel. Val stepped carefully, because there was nowhere clean to place his boots. A guardsman with no legs clutched at his coat. The man's face was grey. His mouth worked around blood. "Did we hold?" the soldier asked. Val looked down at him. Beyond the hospital walls, artillery still fired. Engines still screamed. Men still died by the million for objectives that would be renamed by dawn. "Yes," Val said. The man smiled and died with the lie inside him. Val stood over the corpse for a long moment. His faith did not break like glass. It did not vanish in a grand apostasy. It became quieter, smaller. He still believed in the Emperor. He still believed mankind must endure or be consumed by things like the one riding through Shaka VI. But he understood, with a coldness that settled beneath his ribs, that the Imperium had no language large enough for this cruelty. Its ledgers could count bodies. Its priests could name sacrifice. Its generals could accept loss. None of them could truly describe the joy of a demon that killed the wounded because their pain made the roads sound different beneath its wheels. His vox bead crackled. Khan's forces engaging along mag rail sectors. Enemy demon diverted. Casualties severe. Val closed his eye. "Continue transmission to all commands," he said. "Keep the fronts active. Increase mobile movements through exposed corridors. Use empty convoys if required." A stormtrooper beside him looked at the field hospital and then at the interrogator. "My lord, that will draw him." "Yes. To our own men." Val opened his silver eye. "Our own men are what we have." Far across the mag rail network, Doomrider charged down a collapsing transit span toward a knot of white scars icons that had appeared in the smoke. The bait signals burned bright, fast, and irresistible. His bike screamed. Cult riders swarmed behind him, crashing, leaping, dying. Emperor's children outriders tried to keep pace and failed. Imperial guns tracked him and fired too late. Then, in the middle of the charge, he vanished. No explosion, no banishment flare, no triumphant scream. One heartbeat he was there, black and purple and burning, blade raised, wheels spinning through blood mist. The next heartbeat, the road ahead was empty. His cultists overshot the span and plunged into open air. White scars' decoy beacons flickered on abandoned servo skulls and went dark. Emperor's children bikers slewed to a halt, enraged and uncertain. Imperial artillery continued to pound coordinates where the demon no longer existed. For a few seconds, a strange silence opened in the war. Not peace, never that. Across Shaka VI, millions still fought. Hive cities burned, titans limped, noise marines sang men apart. Penal legions charged through ash. Manufactoria stamped shells beside corpse grinders. The world remained a wound too large to close. But every soldier, loyalist and heretic alike felt the same truth settle over the battlefield. The worst thing on Shaka VI had not been defeated. It had simply become bored. Doomrider remembered nothing in order. Order was a leash. Order was a clerk's disease, a corpse king's arithmetic, the slow-minded lie that one moment must kneel before the next. Memory, to him, did not walk in a line. It struck, it impacted, it detonated inside him and became sensation. Terror burned. Not as history claimed. History was a cage of ink. Terror burned in his memory as heat against the tongue, as gold reflected in pools of blood, as white marble split beneath ceramite boots, as the roar of engines echoing between palace walls that had never been meant to hear such music. The sky above the imperial palace was a wound clogged with ships and fire. The air stank of promethium, ozone, perfume, cooked flesh, sacred stone, and the panic of billions learning that no wall was high enough to keep out betrayal. He remembered purple armor. He remembered his own gauntlets on handlebars of a war bike that might have been real, or might have been the first dream of the thing he would become. He remembered outriders of the Third Legion screaming through corpse-choked avenues, their engines tuned beyond battlefield purpose into shrieking instruments of excess. He remembered civilians scattering before them. He remembered not caring whether they were rebels, loyalists, pilgrims, servants, soldiers, or slaves. Their fear made the road richer. Their bodies made the tires sing. He remembered Fulgrim's shadow, not the Primarch entire, never that, only glimpses. A perfection too bright to endure, a blade moving as if beauty had chosen violence as its truest language, laughter like silk drawn over a razor. The Phoenicians' presence had touched the Legion and made every warrior smaller, hungrier, more aware of the ugliness in all things, not yet remade by sensation. Doomrider remembered wanting to ride fast enough to leave even that shadow behind. Another memory struck. Not terror, a grey world after the Great Scouring, loyalist banners, white ash, a lone biker in imperial colours, armour stripped of honour by mud and fatigue, riding through the ruins of a war no one had won. The Emperor was dead or dying. The Primarchs were gone or monstrous. Oaths had curdled. The rider had heard something beyond the horizon, a note like an engine at the edge of hearing. He had followed it into a storm where the road continued after the world ended. Perhaps that biker had been him. Perhaps he had killed that biker and stolen the shape of his desire. Perhaps memory had only chosen a pleasing lie and polished it until it shone. Another impact. No warrior at all. A concept. Speed without restraint. Cruelty without pause. A joke told by the Dark Prince to the galaxy. Given armor, horns, a blade, and wheels. Mortals built roads to reach destinations. Armies used roads to move ammunition, tanks, food, wounded, orders, obedience. The Imperium worshipped roads because they made its tyranny efficient. Slaanesh had looked upon those roads and imagined them screaming. From that imagining, something had opened its eyes. Doomrider laughed inside himself. He did not know which origin was true. Truth was too slow. He remembered the fastest charge. Not where, not when, only the sensation. A horizon rushing toward him so quickly it became a blade. Enemy fire falling behind because the gunners had aimed at a version of him already discarded. His bike beneath him, snarling, hungry, its wheels grinding sparks from reality itself. The moment before impact, when every nerve, every warp flame, every remade scrap of soul inside him stretched into a single perfect line. He remembered the loudest death, a Titan princeps screaming through a manifold as the God Engine's leg failed beneath him. Binaric prayers tearing apart into panic, metal the size of shrines bending, thousands crushed beneath falling sacred weight. The sound had been magnificent, not because the Titan died, for it had not died. That would have been too simple. The sound pleased him because the machine believed itself divine and learned, for one exquisite instant, the indignity of stumbling. He remembered the brightest pain, a lance strike through his chest, white fire entering him, opening him, burning away the meat of the borrowed body, revealing the thing beneath. He had looked down into the wound and seen not organs, not bone, not armor, but a road stretching into violet infinity. Demons ran beside it, clawing, biting, begging for passage. He had accelerated through the pain until the wound became laughter. He remembered the cleanest decapitation. A champion in gold plate, name forgotten because names mattered only to those who feared ending. The blade had passed through gorget, throat, spine, and oath in a single stroke. The head had risen, spinning into the air, eyes still furious, mouth still forming a challenge. Doomrider had caught it on the point of his sword and carried it for 3 kilometers before hurling it into the open hatch of a command tank. The crew inside had died badly. The head had looked offended. He remembered the perfect engine note. He had chased that memory across centuries. It was not volume. Noise. Marines understood volume, and they bored him when they mistook excess for mere loudness. It was not pitch. It was not rhythm. It was the exact instant when an engine, a rider, a battlefield, and a dying world aligned into one sensation. Piston, chain, blade, bolter, scream, prayer, fracture, ignition. For less than a heartbeat, everything became speed. Then the moment died, as all moments did, and hunger returned. Slaanesh had never received his kneeling. He had seen others kneel, champions in mirrored armor, lords with tongues full of silk and poison, cultists grinding their faces into roads until their teeth broke, demonettes bowing with smiles too wide for mortal sanity, noise marines lowering their weapons in ecstasy before some unseen chord. Fools, all of them. Doomrider did not kneel. He accelerated. That was devotion. That was blasphemy. That was prayer without the stench of humility. Every increase in speed thinned the veil. The materium became a skin beneath the wheel, stretched, bruised, ready to split. The faster he rode, the closer he came to the only sensation that had ever mattered. Somewhere beyond velocity, beyond pain, beyond war, beyond the need to butcher another million screaming things just to feel the road answer, there waited satisfaction. He hated it for always being ahead of him. He loved it because it ran. His ascension returned to him as a road made of faces. The warp had opened beneath him, or he had cut into it, or he had been thrown there by death and refused to stop moving. The road had no beginning. It was laid from the screaming mouths of the defeated, each face crushed flat, eyes wide, tongues lashing beneath his tires. Beside him raced rivals, emperor's children, champions mounted on demon steeds, renegade bikers swollen with gifts, serpentine demons with claws dug into the road, winged things shrieking challenges from above. They desired glory, ascension, favor, the touch of the prince. He desired more road. They came for him in waves. A champion with a lance of living crystal leaned from his saddle and pierced Doomrider through the ribs. Doomrider dragged him closer with the shaft still embedded, bit out his throat, and used the corpse as ballast around a turn that curved through memories of every battle ever enjoyed by the damned. A demon with 3 faces wrapped around his bike and whispered promises of endless delight. He fed it to his wheels. Another rider drew level and screamed that the Dark Prince watched them. Doomrider kicked him from his mount and laughed as the road opened mouths beneath him. At the end of the road stood a light no eye should survive. It asked without words what he wanted. Not power. Power was useful only because it made impact louder, not immortality. Death was only another boundary to be crossed at speed, not worship. Worshippers clogged roads. More, he had demanded. The light had smiled. There was no gift, no gentle blessing, no coronation before applauding demons. The road had entered him. Hunger became armor. Laughter became breath. Speed became flesh. His bike, which had been machine, mount, weapon, and reflection, changed with him. It was not a vehicle. It was his accomplice. It crouched beneath him now in the nowhere between worlds, idling in a darkness made from unfinished screams. Part machine, part corpse, part insect, part winged thing dragged from Slaanesh's hunting dreams. Its frame pulsed with veins of chrome and blackened meat. Its handlebars flexed under his grip like spinal columns eager to bend. Its wheels burned with warp fire that consumed gore and memory alike. Its warp bolters twitched on their mounts, sniffing for targets. Blades along its flanks opened and closed with the delicate impatience of claws. Exhaust stacks breathed out voices of men who had begged not to die and would beg forever because their fear improved the tone. Doomrider loved it as much as he loved anything, which meant he would have killed it if killing it made a better sound. Beyond the veil, Shaka the Sixth howled. He felt it without eyes. Hive roads flared in his awareness. Ash causeways, transit bridges, cargo spines, armoured highways, mag rail lines, convoy routes, retreat paths, panic arteries. The world was no longer a planet. It was an instrument strung with roads, and every army upon it plucked them badly. Mortals thought he hated them. He did not. Hatred required recognition. Guardsmen were percussion. Their laser guns snapped in anxious rhythm. Their bones cracked well under wheels. Their officers made satisfying sounds when confidence left them. Tanks were obstacles, louder and more rewarding than flesh. Cities were instruments that took patience to tune and none to ruin. Titans were arrogance with legs. Champions were amusements until they became slow. Cultists were fuel, and the best fuel burned while praising the flame. The Emperor's children amused him more than most. They believed themselves refined. They painted murder and called it art. They arranged agony and called it perfection. They spoke to him with titles, as if titles were chains made clever by decoration. Viridian Owl wanted to use him. Malrek Dane wanted to judge him. Serek Vo wanted to sound him like a note. All of them were wrong in ways that briefly entertained. Demons had tried to leash him too, some with bargains, some with names, some with hooks sunk into the concept of his becoming. They failed because they wanted him still long enough to bind. They did not understand that he existed in the refusal to remain. Strategy could not hold him. Lines could not hold him. Worship could not hold him. Desire could call him, but not command him. He chose a road. Reality split around his front wheel. An Imperial armoured column was moving along the Carthax relief route when Doomrider returned. The column had been intact for almost an hour, which on Shaka the Sixth had become a kind of miracle. Lehman Russ battle tanks rolled in double file, turrets rotating toward distant fire. Chimera transports carried infantry reinforcements with hollow eyes and soot-blackened faces. Fuel bowsers moved under guard. Ammunition carriers rumbled behind command salamanders. Hydra flak tanks watched the sky. Priests walked on the rear decks of troop carriers, shouting litanies over engine roar. Commissars stood visible in cupolas, so the men could mistake authority for safety. The road beneath the center tank screamed. Doomrider arrived inside the column at full speed. There was no warning. One moment, the armored force existed as order, steel, doctrine, and momentum. The next, its middle became a spiraling tunnel of fire. His demon bike burst up through the underside of a chimera, taking the troop compartment with it. Men inside became red vapor and torn armor plates. The transport lifted, split, and rained burning soldiers across the tanks behind it. Doomrider accelerated. His sword opened the side of a Lehman Russ as he passed, cutting through sponson, gunner, ammunition rack, and engine shrine. The tank detonated outward, turret spinning into the road and crushing a squad of infantry dismounting from the next carrier. Warp bolters hammered into a fuel bowser. The vehicle swelled, screamed through its rupturing metal, and became a rolling sun that swallowed 3 more transports. Drivers panicked. tanks swerved. One chimera rammed another and rode up its rear ramp, grinding men beneath its tracks as they tried to escape. A Hydra opened fire at point-blank range, its autocannons chewing through smoke and loyal armor alike, because its crew could not track the demon and could not stop pulling the triggers. Doomrider rode through the stream of shells, laughing as impacts sparked from his armor and tore apart the vehicles around him. A commissar aimed a bolt pistol at him from the cupola of a command tank. "Stand and face judgment, abomination." Doomrider did not stand. He passed close enough for the commissar to see his own reflection in the demon prince's burning eye. Then the bike's flank blade unfolded and removed the man from the waist upward. His legs remained in the cupola for several seconds, boots twitching while his torso burst across the road behind. The column collapsed into itself. Tracks broke. Fuel burned. Ammunition cooked off in thunderous chains. Men ran between vehicles and were crushed by reversing tanks. Those who stayed inside roasted. Those who climbed out found cult riders drawn by the sound, swarming from side roads like insects to carrion. The road became slick. The wheels drank. Doomrider rode the spiral tighter and tighter until the center of the column was no longer a road, but a grinding red vortex of metal and meat. Then he grew bored of it. The thought came as a slackening in the music. The screams remained abundant. The fire remained bright. The mortals continued dying with acceptable enthusiasm. But the shape had become predictable, panic repeating itself, armor obstructing armor, men begging the same old god with the same old useless words. He lifted his head. Somewhere across the war, another engine moved. Not louder than the rest, not faster, not yet. Cleaner. A white bike on a blood-dark road. A hunter's will behind a machine spirit that did not worship speed, but understood it. The rider did not chase sensation. He shaped it. He cut through chaos and did not let chaos enter him. Rage moved in him, but it did not hold the reins. Doomrider smiled. Corsaro. The name tasted of dust, iron, old oaths, and the annoying patience of men who believed a hunt could have an ending. At last, a single rider became more interesting than an army. Doomrider opened the Voxnet with a thought. Across command channels, cult frequencies, broken imperial signals, Emperor's Children relays, and the private bands of the White Scars, his voice poured out beneath a growl of impossible engines. "White Hunter, ride faster. I am beginning to notice you." Then he accelerated, and the remains of the armoured column vanished behind him in a blooming wall of fire. The first true trap was laid in a place already condemned. The Carthax orbital freightway had once been one of Shaka VI's proudest arteries, a suspended road complex of plasteel, adamantium, magrail spines, cargo elevators, and armoured transit lanes broad enough to carry void ship components from the Manufactorum continents to the orbital lift yards. It crossed 3 hive districts and a dead ash basin before climbing toward the launch cathedrals in a rising arc of black metal and machine sanctity. In older days, it had carried macro shells, reactor shielding, shrine bells, press gangs, tank hulls, and the hollow-eyed workers who built the Imperium's wars one shipment at a time. Now it carried the unwanted. Refugee columns filled its lower lanes, pressed between abandoned cargo crawlers and wrecked Munitorum transports. Wounded soldiers lay in the backs of broken trucks, their bandages black with soot and old blood. Penal troopers without officers wandered in clots, shock collars blinking red against their throats. Servitors still dragged supply sledges along rails that ended in nothing, their dead logic unable to accept that the route ahead had collapsed. Priests shouted prayers from atop fuel tankers. Commissars fired into the air until their pistols ran dry. The crowd moved nowhere. The freightway was blocked at both ends by shelling, fallen spans, and the slow congestion of Imperial panic. Corsaro Khan looked upon it through a servo skull's pict feed and saw what it had become. Bait. The word was not spoken aloud in the Strategium bunker beneath Hive Mordax. Men would have flinched from it. Mortal officers preferred phrases like delayed withdrawal, diversionary necessity, non-recoverable asset concentration. They liked their sacrifices wrapped in parchment and stamped with seals. Corsaro had no use for such parchment. He stood with helm sealed, white armor dirtied by ash and blackened by fire, moonfang sheathed across his back. Around him flickered hololithic projections of the freightway, each lane rendered in uncertain red and amber light. Tech Marine Batu Korlan had seeded the route already.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
His servo skulls had flown through smoke and falling debris, placing grav snares beneath traffic plates, stasis mines inside the hollow bones of collapsed gantries, melter charges along load-bearing pylons, and false motion beacons in the wrecks of abandoned bikes. The ghosts of White Scar's signatures now ran through the freightway's data shadows, fast, tempting, impossible to ignore. Interrogator Cestus Val watched the preparations with a face that had forgotten how to appear calm. "You will kill everyone trapped in that sector," Val said. Corsaro did not turn. "They are already dead. They are breathing. For now." A general of the Astra Militarum, his uniform torn and his face grey with exhaustion, slammed one fist against the map rail. "There are wounded from 4 regiments on that freightway. There are supply clerks, artillery crews, shrine evacuees, Medicaid personnel, sanctioned labor cadres. You are proposing to use loyal Imperial citizens as lure." Corsaro looked at him then. The general did not step back. To his credit, he only paled. "The Demon has broken your rear lines, your command posts, your fuel, your Medicaid trains, your artillery routes, and your discipline," the Khan said. "He moves where your fear makes noise. He is not hunting territory. He is hunting sensation. The freightway is already lost. If Doomrider is not delayed, this whole planet dies screaming." The words were not shouted. That made them harder. They entered the chamber like a blade entering bone. Val felt something cold shift inside him. He had expected noble angels when he called for Adeptus Astartes. He had known better in the private chambers of his education. He had read the sealed records. He had seen what transhuman warriors did when the arithmetic of survival demanded it. Yet some childish remnant inside him had wanted salvation to look different from calculation. The White Scars did not look like saviors. They looked like hunters deciding which wounded animal to cut open so the predator would follow the scent. Batu Korlan's voice came over the tactical net, machine flat and clean. "All grav snares armed, stasis fields on delayed wake cycle, melter charges slaved to proximity and manual override, false motion ghosts running at speed pattern Chagoris crimson. The prey will see brothers fleeing through the lanes." "Not fleeing," said Sergeant Orban, one of Corsaro's wingmen. "Inviting," said another. Corsaro nodded once. "Begin the call." Across the freightway, abandoned Vox towers came alive. Engines roared where no engines existed. White Scar's transponder ghosts flashed through corrupted Auspex fields. Servo skulls projected heat blooms along the upper lanes, fast and bright and taunting. Empty bikes chained to auto rigs screamed forward and vanished behind curtains of smoke. To mortal eyes, it was confusion. To Doomrider, far across the burning hive, it was a thrown spear of pure insult. He sensed it before the first Vox Echo reached him. Dozens of white riders, fast, clean, running. Doomrider laughed so hard that the cultists around him began laughing too, though blood ran from their ears and several fell from their bikes beneath the wheels of their brothers. He had been carving circles through a Munitorum armor park, reducing idle tanks and their crews to a widening garden of flame. The task had become dull. The tanks burned too slowly. Their crews died too quickly. The road lacked challenge. Then the ghosts called. His demon bike snarled beneath him, blades opening along its flanks. The Chrome Rapture followed as he accelerated, not because they were ordered, but because their souls had become hooks lodged in his wake. Cult bikers poured after him in shrieking packs. Looted sentinels lurched behind, pilots pumping combat stimulants into their hearts until they burst inside their harnesses. Emperor's children. Outriders from the Gilded Moor saw the demon prince break away and pursued with elegant fury, unwilling to miss whatever slaughter had drawn his hunger. Their engines were tuned, polished, blessed in blasphemy, and still they strained to remain within sight of him. Doomrider reached the freightway like a storm given wheels. He entered through the lower cargo throat, smashing through a barricade of abandoned trucks and men packed so tightly behind it that the first impact sprayed bodies across the lane in a red fan. Refugees broke around him. Soldiers tried to raise weapons. A priest stood on a cargo hauler and shouted the name of the Emperor. Doomrider passed beneath him, and the shockwave tore the man apart without the demon even lifting his sword. The false White Scar's signatures fled ahead. Doomrider took the bait. He surged into the central transit span, a tunnel of steel ribs and hanging chains, where the freightway narrowed between two collapsed cargo elevators. The servo skulls guided him perfectly. His cultists flooded in behind him. Emperor's children outriders entered from the flanking lanes. The wounded screamed as the stampede crushed through them. Corsaro watched from the upper shadows, engine idling beneath him, his chosen riders poised along gantries and service ramps. "Now," he said. The freightway tried to hold Doomrider. Grav snares woke beneath the road with a thunderclap of inverted force. The demon bike's front wheel slammed downward, biting into the transit plates hard enough to fold them like parchment. Stasis mines ignited in sequence along the walls, blue-white fields snapping into existence around him, thickening the moment, dragging his motion into visible fragments. Melter charges detonated beneath the lane in rolling bursts of sunfire. The roadway erupted. Cult riders behind him were vaporized. Emperor's children outriders vanished into molten spray. Imperial prisoners trapped in the lane died screaming as the whole corridor became a furnace. For 7 seconds, Doomrider was held. For 7 seconds, he was visible. For 7 seconds, the impossible became targetable. The White Scars struck as one. Attack bikes roared from the upper ramps, multi-melters firing into the Demon Prince's flank. Heavy bolters hammered from land speeders dropping through gaps in the ceiling. Bike squads descended from service gantries with power lances lowered, white armor flashing through smoke. Servo skulls died in showers of sparks as they transmitted their final targeting prayers. Batu's chain harpoon launchers fired, blessed adamantine links streaking across the burning air to bite into the demon bike's frame and Doomrider's Baroque armor. Corsaro drove straight through the center. His bike leapt from a broken freight loader, struck the lane at full speed and carried him toward Doomrider's exposed side. Moonfang came free in his hand. The blade drank the firelight and gave back only cold. Doomrider was burning. His armor had been torn open across the chest and shoulder. Demonic flesh writhed beneath, not wounded in any mortal sense, but angered into shape. His bike shrieked against the chain harpoons, wheels spinning, warp fire spraying from the trapped tires. Stasis dragged his laughter into a low, broken thunder. Melter fire washed over him, cooking armor plates, boiling the blood on the road, blackening the carved trophies hanging from his machine. Then the pain pleased him. Corsaro saw it happen. The demon prince did not resist agony. He consumed it. He drew it inward, fed it through the engine, through the burning wheels, through the wound between worlds he carried around himself. The damage anchored him more violently in real space. The stasis fields flickered. The grav snares groaned. The chain harpoons tightened until links snapped like bones. Doomrider screamed. It was laughter wearing the mask of pain. The stasis field overloaded. A ring of warp fire burst outward from the demon bike, wide and white-violet, carrying shredded metal, fragments of men, and the taste of madness. Cultists died by the hundreds, their bodies igniting from within. Imperial prisoners vanished in the blast. A white Scars rider took the wave full on and was flung from his bike, armor burning, limbs broken, his body striking a wall hard enough to leave a crimson imprint before falling. An attack bike overturned, its gunner crushed beneath the sidecar as the multi-melter cooked off and turned the crew into light. Corsaro rode through the edge of the blast, armor alarms screaming in his helm. His bike skidded, corrected, lunged. Moonfang struck. The blade bit through Doomrider's demonic armor below the left pauldron and carved across his torso in a line of cold fire. It opened purple-black plate, burning flesh, and something beneath flesh that looked like a road at night. Warp flame burst from the wound. Doomrider looked down as Corsaro passed. For the first time, the demon prince's laughter changed. It sharpened, delighted. "Again!" he demanded. Then he broke the trap. Doomrider wrenched the chain harpoons from his armor, dragging one attack bike forward by its own restraint line. The riders tried to detach. Too slow. The demon bike surged, slammed into them, and ground the entire machine beneath its wheels in a blossom of fuel, ceramite, and broken transhuman bone. He did not flee the trap. He claimed it. The freightway became his arena. He rode up the right wall, wheels shrieking against vertical metal, then across the ceiling between hanging cargo hooks. Heavy bolter fire chased him and killed only smoke. He dropped onto a moving cargo crawler, cut through its engine shrine, used the explosion to leap to the opposite wall, and fired his warp bolters downward into the White Scars formation. One brother's helm vanished in a violet burst. Another lost his front wheel and was thrown beneath Doomrider as the demon descended. Ceramite cracked under the flaming tire. Bone followed. "Do not cluster," Corsaro voxed. 3 dimensions. Hunt pattern broken talon. The White Scars adapted with brutal speed. Bike squads split along separate planes. Land speeders climbed through broken roof spans. Attack bikes took lower lanes, firing upward. They had trained for impossible terrain, for void hulls, hive walls, canyon roads, and the open steppe of worlds that hated wheels. Yet Doomrider moved through all of it, as though the freightway had been built inside his skull. He rode the ceiling and cut a power lance in half. He descended backward along a hanging support chain and split a sergeant's bike from nose to fuel cell. He burst through a sheet of falling metal and appeared behind Corsaro's left wingman, Brother Sorgan, who turned with admirable speed, and brought his chainsword up. Doomrider's blade took Sorgan's arm, shoulder, and half his torso. The White Scar's bike continued riderless for several meters before striking a pillar and detonating. Corsaro did not turn aside. "Mark his reversals," he said. Another wingman, Brother Temur, drove in from Doomrider's rear with Melter Lance raised. The blast struck the demon bike's flank, burning through demon hide and exposed machine meat. The bike screamed like a wounded animal. Doomrider responded by dragging his sword through the road, lifting a wave of molten metal that caught Temur's front tire and locked it. The bike flipped. Temur was thrown clear, rolled, rose to one knee, and fired his bolt pistol until Doomrider's front wheel came down on his chest. The armor held for less than a heartbeat. The body beneath did not. Corsaro felt the death icon fade. He cut his bike hard left, avoiding a collapsing support arch by less than a handspan, and came at Doomrider again. Moonfang flashed across the demon prince's side, opening another wound, smaller than the first. Doomrider turned into the strike and backhanded him from the saddle. Corsaro hit the freightway hard enough to fracture the road plate beneath him. Pain flared across his ribs. His helm display blinked red with impact warnings. His bike skidded away, trailing sparks, machine spirit growling in injured fury. Doomrider circled him. Not fast now. Slowly. The freightway collapsed around them in stages. Melter-weakened pylons sagged. Cargo lanes broke away and fell into the hive depths. Wounded mortals slid screaming from tilted surfaces into smoke below. White Scars fought to withdraw in fragments, carrying what wounded they could, firing as they moved. The trap had failed to cage the demon. It had bought knowledge at the price of brothers. Doomrider's bike rolled closer. The demon prince leaned in the saddle, head tilted, the wounds across his torso burning with cold light where Moonfang had marked him. Corsaro pushed himself to one knee. His gauntlet found Moonfang. He rose because the hunt demanded it, not because his body wished to obey. Doomrider could have killed him then. The Khan knew it. The demon knew he knew. Instead, Doomrider looked past him. Brother Orban and Brother Kulan came in from opposite sides, wingmen refusing to leave their captain beneath the demon's wheels. One fired a Melter Lance. The other lowered a power lance and shouted a Chagorian oath. Doomrider moved. He killed Orban with his sword, cutting through bike, rider, and oath in a single sweep. He killed Kulan with his warp bolters, the shots detonating through the warrior's helm and chest until the white armor burst apart in red fragments. Both bodies struck the road near Corsaro, close enough for their blood to steam across his greaves. Only then did Doomrider look back at him. The demon prince raised one taloned hand in something that was not salute and not mercy. A tear opened behind him, a vertical wound of violet fire and laughing darkness. His bike reversed into it without turning, wheels still spinning, blades twitching, exhaust stacks coughing out the voices of the dead. Doomrider's face was half burned away, half reborn, the grin visible through both flesh and flame. He left Corsaro alive. That was the wound. The warp tear closed with a sound like a throat being cut. Corsaro stood amid the collapsing freightway, armor cracked, brothers dead around him, Moonfang wet with the demon's impossible blood. The surviving White Scars voxed for orders. Imperial command demanded status. Val's voice, distant and shaken, asked whether the prey had been contained. Corsaro looked at the place, where Doomrider had vanished. "No," he said. The word tasted of ash. The hunt had broken open. The prey had bled. The trap had failed. And worse than failure, worse than pain, worse than the dead icons fading from his helm display, was the truth Doomrider had left behind with deliberate cruelty. The demon prince had spared him, not from mercy, from contempt. Viridian Owl watched the war forget his name. That was intolerable. He stood upon the broken balcony of the Cathedral of St. Draxus, while Hive Mordax burned beneath him in tears of black smoke and orange fire. The city's eastern quarters had become a furnace labyrinth, the manufactorum districts convulsing under artillery, sonic bombardment, orbital strikes, and the stampede of cult machines. Roads glowed red with heat. Transit arteries vomited refugees into kill zones. Shrine towers fell like punished saints. The air trembled with the endless report of guns, the howl of engines, the shriek of failing machine spirits, and the prayers of men dying with their mouths full of ash. It should have been beautiful. It should have been his. Instead, the name carried through every Vox channel, every cult chant, every battlefield panic report, every astropathic seizure was not Viridian All. It was not the Gilded Maw. It was not even the Emperor's children. It was Doomrider. The cultists chanted it as they hurled themselves into fire. The Imperial commanders feared it with a purity that bordered on worship. The White Scars hunted it as though no other prey mattered beneath the poisoned sky. Even Viridian's own warriors spoke of the demon in tones that tried to disguise fascination as contempt. The tormentors reported his movements before reporting their own kills. The infractors cursed the ruin he brought to their duels, yet rode harder when his laughter crossed the Vox. The Noise Marines gathered fragments of his engine note like relics. Viridian's gauntlet tightened around the balcony rail until gilded adamantium groaned. He had not crossed the void, bargained with demons, bribed warp guides with souls, and sacrificed 300 perfect slaves to arrive on Shaka VI as scenery in another creature's legend. Behind him, the cathedral breathed. St. Draxus had been inverted with care. The Loyalist altar lay upside down above the nave, chained to the ceiling with butcher hooks and electrical cable. The dead saint's reliquary had been broken open, its bones ground into powder and mixed with psychoactive incense that made mortal attendants weep blood and laugh through it. The pews had been torn out and replaced by amplifier thrones. The floor had been scored into concentric rings of bronze, each ring engraved with forbidden notation and fed by cables as thick as a man's torso. Captured Imperial Voxcasters formed towers along the nave, their speakers flayed open, their machine spirits drugged with scrap code and praise to the Dark Prince. Titan warhorns, taken from slain god engines and desecrated with silver hooks, hung from the transepts like the throats of dead gods. Choir engines squatted in the aisles, each one a brass sarcophagus packed with lungs, resonator pipes, and lobotomized prisoners trained to scream on command. Blastmasters, sonic blasters, doom sirens, and stranger instruments from the holds of the Gilded Maw had been arranged in spirals. Demon organs pulsed along the walls, pink and black and wet, their pipes made from bone and polished exhaust metal. At the centre of it all stood Lord Cacophonist Serek Vo. He did not kneel before the arrangement. He listened to it. His noise marines surrounded him in ranks of ornate plate, their helms crowned with speaker vanes and sensory barbs. Their weapons hummed with restrained murder. Some held sonic blasters across their chests like sacred instruments. Others rested gauntlets on blastmasters, heavy enough to turn bunkers into screaming dust. Their armor was wired into the cathedral itself, each warrior becoming a node in a greater throat. Viridian descended from the balcony, his cloak of preserved skin and sensory wire trailing behind him. "Can it be done?" he asked. The question was an insult, and both of them knew it. Serek Vaux's many vox grills opened. His answer came as layered murmurs, one voice low as thunder, another thin as a needle sliding under a fingernail. Sound shapes flesh, flesh shapes thought, thought shapes the veil. Legend is only sound remembered by fear. You will bind him. We will strike the note he cannot refuse. That is not what I asked. One of Serek's throats laughed. Another choked. Another whispered in a dead astropath's voice. No, Lord Exultant. We will not bind Doomrider as one binds a slave. We will tune the road beneath him. We will make his own legend resonate in a pattern of our choosing. For a time, he will ride where the song demands. For a time, Viridian repeated. All beauty dies when held too long. Viridian stepped closer. His face remained composed, sculpted into aristocratic disdain, but his eyes had sharpened into killing jewels. Then do not hold him too long. Serek bowed his fused helm, not in submission, but in acknowledgement of a shared arrogance. The ritual began by killing loyalists who could not yet hear it. Across the districts surrounding St. Draxus, the first note rose from hidden vox towers and cathedral horns. It was too low for mortal ears at first, a pressure beneath the bones, a hand closing around the foundations of the hive. Hab towers shuddered, ferrocrete dust sifted from ceilings. Men in trenches looked at one another with sudden nausea and found blood threading from their nostrils. The second note came from the Blastmasters. District Helven broke. Its lower hab stacks liquefied at the foundations, not collapsed, liquefied. Ferrocrete softened under harmonic assault until entire towers sagged like candles in furnace heat. The men inside died in layers. Those at the bottom were crushed into paste. Those above fell with the structures, screaming from windows that had become mouths of dust. Soldiers on the streets below tried to run and found the road moving beneath them, rippling under sonic pressure. Their bones snapped in their legs. Their armor seals burst. Blood sprayed from eye lenses, rebreather joints, glove locks, and the tiny spaces between teeth. The third note came from the choir engines. Servo skulls dropped from the air like dead insects, their suspensors overloaded by resonance. Auspex arrays burst in showers of sparks. Vox officers tore off their headsets and kept hearing the sound through the holes it had made in their minds. A company of Astra Militarum infantry in full retreat stopped as one body, heads jerking back, mouths open. Their skulls did not explode. That would have been mercy. The sound pulped what lay within, and they remained standing for several seconds afterward, rifles slipping from loose hands, eyes turning cloudy before they toppled in ranks. The fourth note came from the Titan warhorns. It rolled outward over Mordax like the anger of a murdered god. Loyalist lines buckled without a shot fired. Trench walls split. Bunkers shed their roofs. Field shrines shook apart, spilling relic bones and burning candles across the dead. Men vomited blood into their helmets. Commissars fired execution rounds into troops trying to flee, then dropped their bolt pistols as their own fingers broke from vibration. Medici servitors malfunctioned and began amputating healthy limbs from screaming patients because their diagnostic spirits could no longer tell injury from sound. Viridian listened with closed eyes. Now the war remembered him. Then Doomrider heard the challenge. He arrived from the western smoke without warning, as all catastrophes preferred to do. His demon bike burst through a curtain of artillery fire and burning promethium, wheels ablaze, blades flexing, warp bolters twitching toward life. The soundstorm struck him before he reached the cathedral square. Sonic pressure stripped burning flesh from his regenerating face in sheets. Skin peeled away from cheekbone and jaw, caught fire, and became ash behind him. New flesh crawled over exposed bone, too pale and beautiful, then split apart under the next wave of sound. Doomrider laughed. He did not come like a servant answering a summons. He came like a predator, hearing another predator enter its road. Cult riders followed him in ragged packs and died by the hundred at the edge of the sonic field. Their bikes tumbled, engines bursting, bodies thrown forward into invisible walls of resonance that tore limbs from sockets and crushed ribs inward. Emperor's children outriders entered behind them with more discipline and far more vanity. Several survived long enough to realize that the ritual did not distinguish between witness and fuel. Doomrider rode directly into the square. The flagstones around St. Draxus cracked in circular patterns. The cathedral's inverted bells began ringing, though none remained whole enough to move. Serek Vo raised his blastmaster. Every noise marine in the nave mirrored him. Their weapons did not fire outward. They fired into the cathedral's own body, feeding the amplifier rings, the choir engines, the demon organs, the war horns, the flayed vox towers. The ritual caught Doomrider's motion. For several minutes, the impossible accepted rhythm. His bike circled the cathedral at such speed that he became not rider, but ring, a burning orbit of chrome, purple flame, black armor, and laughter. Every lap carved deeper into the ground. Every lap widened the wound beneath St. Draxus. Reality thinned. The warp pressed close, eager and perfumed and full of teeth. A gate formed in the square, not a doorway but a spinning tear, its edges dragged open by wheels and sound. Faces appeared within it, screaming in joy, agony, hunger, and envy. Serek Vo's grills flared. The note holds! Viridian stepped into the nave's center, his arms spread, his armor blazing beneath the reflected warp fire. Behold, he said across every stolen vox channel he could command. The rider turns at my command. The road bends beneath the will of Viridian all. Let every crawling soul on this world hear and understand. The divine procession has found its master. Outside, Doomrider slowed. Only slightly. Enough. Viridian drew his gilded blade and pointed it toward the northern bastions, where the remaining Imperial command shrines still spat orders, artillery corrections, and desperate prayers into the dying war. Demon of speed, he called, his voice magnified through the cathedral until it rolled across hive and ash plain alike. Wolf of exhaust, king of the road, ride north, break the last bastions, slaughter their command, bring me the head of their hope. Doomrider lowered his sword. The motion was almost obedient. A thrill passed through the gilded maw. Even the infractors fell silent. The noise marines held the note. Viridian smiled with the serene triumph of a lord who had mistaken a lightning strike for a captured blade. Doomrider turned toward the north. Then he turned back. The first to die were Viridian's elite guard. The demon bike leapt through the cathedral doors, though doors and walls alike had already become suggestions beneath the ritual's force. The honor guard raised weapons in flawless discipline. Their bolters barked. Plasma burned across Doomrider's armor. A power spear struck his shoulder and shattered. His bike hit the line like a shell from a god engine. One warrior vanished beneath the front wheel, armor folding, bones bursting inside ceramite. Another was taken by the demon blade from hip to helm. A third had his head caught in the bike's side blades and dragged in a wet arc across the nave until only a spine and one arm remained attached. Viridian's smile died. Serek, he hissed. The Lord Cacophonist tried to adjust the note. Doomrider crashed into the sonic choir. He rode through the first rank of noise marines, his bike's wheels grinding over ornate boots, shins, knees, torsos, helms. Sonic weapons fired at point-blank range, carving flesh from his body, cracking plates from his armor, blasting holes through the cathedral walls. He did not slow. He turned inside the resonance pattern, not breaking it at first, but bending it back upon those who had shaped it. The cathedral screamed inward. The noise marine's own song returned to them. Amplifier nodes overloaded. Helm grills burst. Sensory grafts ruptured under feedback too intense, even for warriors devoted to excess. One noise marine arched backward as every implanted nerve burned white, his armor splitting along the spine, while wet light poured from the seams. Another fired his sonic blaster, until the weapon's resonance reversed through his arms, liquefying the flesh inside his gauntlets and bursting his shoulder joints from within. Blastmaster crews died locked to their instruments, organs shaking apart, blood spraying through grill mouths in rhythmic jets. Serek Vo staggered, but did not fall. His many throats opened in countersong, a killing chord dense enough to shatter mortal minds into red mist. Doomrider rode straight at him through it. The demon prince's face peeled away, again. His eyes burned in naked sockets. His laughter became part of the chord, then louder than it. The demon bike struck the Lord Cacophonist and hurled him across the nave. Serek hit an amplifier throne hard enough to fold brass around his armor. The choir engine behind him burst, showering the cathedral with lung tissue, teeth, and fragments of screaming pipe. Still the Noise Lord lived, twitching, vox grills droning a broken note that would later drive 3 surviving serfs to chew through their own wrists. Doomrider turned toward Viridian. The Lord Exultant drew both weapons. His blade was called Rapture's Measure, a slender power sword with a field tuned to sing as it cut. His pistol was a masterwork screamer weapon that fired needles of focused agony through armor joints and nerve clusters. Around him, the last of his guard formed a crescent. He killed them with a gesture. They would only interfere with the composition. "Beast," Viridian said. "You mistake indulgence for permission." Doomrider's bike rolled forward, slow now, wheels dripping fire and red ruin onto the cathedral floor. Viridian attacked first. He moved beautifully. There was no denying it. Centuries of murder had refined him into a weapon of exquisite precision. His pistol fired into Doomrider's helm, each shot shrieking against demonic plate. His sword cut through the air in arcs too graceful for battlefields, opening shallow lines across Doomrider's chest, arm, and thigh. He danced around the bike's first lunge, stepped beneath a blade, spun away from a wheel that would have crushed him, and drove Rapture's Measure into the demon prince's side. For one heartbeat, Viridian looked perfect. Then Doomrider struck him. The blow was not elegant. It had no form Viridian respected. It was impact, road violence, the blunt language of speed translated through a demon prince's fist. Viridian flew backward through an amplifier pillar and hit the floor hard enough to crack the bronze ritual rings. He rose immediately because pride refused him unconsciousness. His left pauldron hung loose. One arm trembled. Blood, too dark to be fully mortal, ran from the corner of his mouth. He came again. Doomrider met him halfway. The duel crossed the nave, up the broken altar, through a wall of flayed skin glass, and back into the cathedral square. Viridian cut, feinted, shot, turned, and struck with the flawless hatred of an emperor's children lord, denied adoration. Doomrider fought like a burning highway. He did not duel. He arrived. He collided. He passed through. Every motion carried the weight of acceleration. Every missed strike still broke stone. Every blocked blow drove Viridian back. Rapture's measure finally bit deep into Doomrider's throat. The demon prince leaned into the wound, his flaming eyes bored into Viridian's. Viridian realized too late that Doomrider had allowed the strike to bring them close. The demon prince's gauntlet closed around Viridian's sword arm and crushed it. Ceramite split. Bone cracked audibly beneath the plate. Viridian screamed, not from pain alone, but from the insult of asymmetry. Doomrider tore the sword free and flung it aside, then kicked the Lord Exultant through the remains of a Vox tower. Viridian landed among the bodies of his own elite, armor shattered, one leg twisted beneath him, chest plate caved inward, gilded helm rolling to a stop beside his hand. He tried to rise. His body refused. His eyes burned with hatred so pure it almost pleased the demon. Doomrider rode closer. For a moment, Viridian expected death. He prepared to meet it with venom, with a final curse polished enough to survive him. Doomrider denied him even that. The demon prince leaned down from the saddle, face still regenerating around a grin of exposed bone and fresh flame. Too slow to be interesting. Then he turned away. Viridian remained alive, which was worse. The ritual did not end when its masters failed. It had too much blood, too much sound, too much pride, and too much warp in its throat. The resonance collapsed inward, then ruptured upward. St. Draxus split from crypt to spire. The demon organs along the walls burst one after another, spraying black ichor across bronze rings, now glowing white-hot. The Titan warhorns sounded without breath. The choir engines screamed themselves empty. The gate Doomrider had carved with his circling widened beyond command. Shaka the Sixth's sky split. Not metaphor, not storm. Split. A wound opened above Hive Mordax, violet and black, veined with impossible colours that hurt even augmetic eyes. Clouds spiralled into it. Ash rose upward in rivers. Lightning crawled from the tear and struck battlefronts across the continent. Where it touched trenches, men became pillars of glass. Where it touched tank columns, machine spirits howled and drove their vehicles into one another. Where it touched corpse heaps, the dead rose screaming with borrowed voices and clawed at the living. Demons began to manifest across the war. Lesser things first, clawed shapes in the smoke, laughing silhouettes in shattered habs, long-limbed creatures dancing through artillery barrages, cutting men apart with delicate enthusiasm. Things of brass and hunger came later, drawn by the scale of slaughter even if the dominant taste of the wound belonged to the Dark Prince. The battlefronts dissolved. Regiments that had held against cultists broke before nightmares stepping out of their own shadows. Penal legions turned their guns on one another. Skitari cohorts overloaded their targeting protocols, trying to classify enemies that changed shape between heartbeats. In the High Bastion, interrogator Cestus Val saw the sky open on every picked screen at once. The Strategium fell silent, except for the static of dying Vox channels and the low sobbing of a junior officer who had forgotten he was still alive. Lord Militant Hester Vale stared upward through the armor-glass windows, his powdered face lit violet by the wound above his world. "What order addresses this?" he whispered. No one answered. Val knew. There were words for what came next, words sealed in black archives, words carried by inquisitors who slept poorly and died hated. Virus bombardment, cyclonic torpedoes, atmospheric ignition, planetary denial, exterminatus. He did not speak them yet, not while the White Scars still hunted, not while Corsaro Khan still lived. But he opened the command slate with a hand that no longer shook and began preparing the authorization chain. Far below, Doomrider emerged from the ruin of St. Draxus, into a world made louder, brighter, bloodier, and less certain than before. Behind him, the gilded maw crawled from its own pride in fragments. Before him, demons danced across roads full of dying men. He inhaled the storm through a mouth that was still half flame. Then he laughed, mounted in fire and ruin, and rode into the widening end of the world. Corsaro Khan gathered what remained of his brotherhood beneath a sky split open by the sins of the world. There were fewer engines now. That truth came before any casualty ledger, before the red icons fading across his helm display, before the names recited by the ship-bound Reclusiam over a Vox channel salted with static. The launch decks of Storm Talon's Vow had thundered with bikes before the descent. White hulls, red lightning, machine spirits growling for speed, warriors of the Third Company touching gauntlets to handlebars and speaking to their mounts as hunters spoke to steeds beneath the endless Chagorian sky. Now the regroup point beneath Hive Mordax echoed with absence. The White Scars held a broken armory concourse half buried under fallen transit spans and the black bones of manufactorum cranes. Its roof had collapsed in 3 places, admitting ash, demonic lightning, and the distant screaming of the warp storm. Bikes idled in ragged formation, their white paint scorched, their tires slick with road blood and engine oil. Attack bikes limped in on buckled frames. One land speeder hovered at an angle, its right grav plate shrieking every time the pilot forced it higher than a man's height. Storm Talon gunships circled overhead in diminishing numbers, their pilots flying through flak, demonic wings, and smoke thick enough to blind machine spirits. Some did not return from their circles. One fell beyond the concourse while Corsaro watched, its cockpit aflame, its pilot dead or dying at the controls. The gunship cut through the side of a habstack, burst from the far wall trailing bodies and masonry, then struck the avenue below in a white-orange detonation. The name of the pilot vanished from the command display. No one spoke. The wind would carry him. The chapter would remember. The dead were arranged where there was room. White Scars. Apothecaries moved among them with blades, extraction tools, and silence. Progenoid glands were taken from shattered armor and torn necks. Charred helmets were removed when possible. When not possible, the entire head was severed and sealed for rites. Several bodies were missing too much to recover beyond fragments. One veteran had been returned by a surviving attack bike crew with both legs gone, torso split open, one hand still locked around his power lance. His face, when the helm was lifted, wore the cold calm of a man who had seen the road end and accepted its shape. Others had not been returned at all. Doomrider's bike had taken them. That was the part no warrior said aloud, though every warrior knew. Several of their brothers had died beneath the demon engine's wheels and not been left behind as corpses. Their armor plates, bones, torn banners, and fragments of flesh had been caught in the blades and trophy hooks of the demon bike. They had become ornaments dragged through slaughter. It was not enough that they were dead. The beast had made them part of its road. Sergeant Coolan stood beside the wreck of his bike, one hand pressed against the rent where a warp bolter shell had passed through the engine shrine. His armor was scorched black across the left side. His voice was low when he spoke. "He bleeds." Corsaro turned from the dead. "Yes." Coolan looked toward the violet wound in the sky. "He laughs because he bleeds." Corsaro walked between the idling bikes, Moonfang sheathed but not at rest. The blade seemed to wait with him, silent beneath the ashfall. "That is not immortality," the Khan said. "That is weakness, wearing noise as armor." The words did not comfort the Brotherhood. They were not meant to. Comfort was for mortals, for priests, for men who required soft lies before walking into hard truth. Astartes required direction. Hunters required spore. Stormseer Yesuge Targut stepped from beneath the shadow of a broken cargo arch. His white robes were scorched at the hem. Charms of bone, jade, and iron clicked along his staff in the poisoned wind. His eyes had become dark hollows beneath his brow, not from fear, but from looking too long into the storm gnawing above Shaka VI. "He will leave again," Yesuge said. Corsaro nodded. "When the field no longer pleases him." "Not pleases." The Stormseer lifted his staff toward the hololithic map projected from Batu Korlan's command node. "That word is too small. Doomrider does not merely chase speed. He chases escalation. Deny him spectacle, and he vanishes, not defeated, only unsatisfied. Offer him a greater sensation, and he commits. He follows the rising note. He rides toward the loudest wound." Tech Marine Batu Korlan's servo arms unfolded behind him, with a soft growl of pistons. The red of his armor was dulled by ash and dried blood. One of his augmetic lenses flickered where a shard of demonic metal had scored it during the freightway trap. He worked regardless, fingers moving over a portable cogitator altar bolted to the side of an ammunition hauler. "Confirmed by observed pattern," Batu said. "Subject abandoned vulnerable infantry mass to pursue White Scar's movement. Subject abandoned armor column after repetitive destruction. Subject engaged trap because motion signatures promised escalation. Subject disengaged after establishing dominance and inflicting psychological injury." "Psychological injury," Kulan repeated, and there was a blade edge in the words. "Being spared is a wound," Corsaro said. The sergeant lowered his head. Corsaro did not look away from the map. The hololith showed the main continental causeway, though calling it a road was an insult to its scale. It connected 3 hive cities across the ash basin of Karad, running from Hive Mordax through the broken Manufacturum flats and onward toward Hive Pelion and the orbital lift yards beyond. In peace, it had carried tithe cargo, tank divisions, pilgrim hosts, penal drafts, and machine convoys. In war, it had become a river of ruin. Every army on the continent was being dragged toward it, retreating Astra Militarum columns, Munitorum convoys, penal legions, Skitari cohorts, shrine mobs with icons held high over corpses, broken PDF formations trying to flee the Underhive fires, chaos pursuers in stolen vehicles, cult bikes, demon engines, and Emperor's Children warbands, hunting trophies before the world's final judgment. Burning titans stalked its flanks. The damaged Reaver of Legio Caranax still limped across the western basin, its wounded ankle sealed in emergency adamantium braces, its princeps wrathful enough to risk reactor breach. Warhounds ran ahead of it like wounded hunting beasts, void shields flickering under ash storms. Above the causeway, the sky had split into black-violet fire. Below it, billions died or waited to die. Corsaro studied the lines of motion. Not the front, not the trenches, not the banners, the lines, the roads beneath the road, the currents of retreat and pursuit, the pulse of panic, the temptations. "We name it White Road," he said. No ceremony followed the naming. The words were enough. Batu adjusted the hololith. White paths appeared across the red and black of the Continental War. "Engagement breadth will exceed 300 kilometers in initial phase," the Tech Marine said. "Mobile brotherhoods strike here, here, and here. Attack bikes target Chaos Fuel and Demon engine handler clusters. Land speeders cripple upper roadway support elements. storm talons drive heretic outriders eastward. Surviving Imperial armor must maintain visible retreat vectors along the central causeway. False collapses will be triggered at designated spans to narrow Doomrider's options. "And when he follows?" asked Kulan. Corsaro looked at the central causeway where all the white lines converged. "He will follow me." The mortal commanders objected, as mortals always did when shown the cost of buying time with flesh. Their protests came through the bunker vox, through relay servitors, through crackling command channels still functioning beneath inquisitorial override. General Marvek of the Astra Militarum demanded clarification. A Skitari Magos protested the inefficient expenditure of mobile assets already reduced below acceptable threshold. A Lord Commissar called the plan butchery disguised as strategy, then conceded in the same breath that his own doctrine contained worse. Munitorum overseers asked whether refugee streams should be rerouted or left in place. No one wanted the answer. They asked only to make another man say it. Interrogator Cestus Val stood in the command pit of the High Bastion with the Exterminatus authorization chain open before him and the Vox receiver in his hand. His coat was torn. Dried blood marked one sleeve from the field hospital. His silver eye clicked as it tracked the causeway projections. The human eye looked older than it had at the beginning of the war. "Leave them," Corsaro said over the channel. A pause followed. In that pause lived the weight of hundreds of thousands already trapped on the causeway lanes, and millions more being herded toward them by fire, command, panic, and necessity. General Marvek's voice rasped through static. "Captain, those are army groups, not bait markers, army groups." "They are both. You ask me to order loyal soldiers into lanes you intend to collapse behind them." "I ask nothing. I state what is required." Val closed his human eye. He had thought the field hospital would be the measure of his damnation. He had been wrong. Damnation deepened. It had levels, like a hive. Under inquisitorial seal, he had the authority to compel obedience. Under battlefield necessity, he could condemn whole formations. Under the shadow of Exterminatus, he could justify anything short of losing the world to the warp. He opened his eye. "Command authority confirms White Road," Val said. His voice did not break, though something beneath it did. All Imperial formations on the Karat Causeway are to maintain movement. Retreat patterns are to be executed as transmitted by White Scar's command. Units unable to comply will be considered expended. Units refusing to comply will be considered compromised. The Emperor knows his own. No one answered for several seconds. Then the orders began to move. Across the continent, the largest mobile engagement of the war ignited. The White Scars struck first at the southern manufacturing belt, where chaos columns were pursuing a retreating armoured regiment through kiln roads choked with bodies. Bike squads came out of the ash at impossible angles, firing from the saddle, bolters stitching lines through cult riders and mutant drivers. Attack bikes surged along the flanks, multi-melters turning stolen hellhounds and fuel haulers into towers of boiling flame. A landspeeder skimmed so low over the road that its wake threw corpses aside like leaves, its heavy bolter cutting the legs from a Daemon engine handler pack before a crack missile killed the engine they had been guiding. Then the White Scars withdrew. Not in flight, in design. They left enough distance for pursuit to feel possible. They exposed their rear armour just long enough to insult. They appeared on ridgelines, fired, vanished into smoke. They crossed broken bridges in single file and triggered charges behind them only after the fastest enemies had committed. They gave the Chaos forces sight of prey and denied them the kill. Doomrider felt the pattern forming. Far to the west, he had been riding through a trench line where demons and penal troops were tearing one another apart beneath the feet of a dying warhound titan. He rode through both sides with equal disdain, wheels crushing men and lesser demons alike, blade opening bodies, warp bolters firing into bunkers until the trench became a gutter of flame. Then the white scars struck a gilded moor column 3 districts away, and the movement trembled across the war like a plucked wire. Doomrider lifted his head. White bikes. Many. Fast. Retreating. Returning. Retreating again. Drawing lines. Offering rhythm. His smile split his burning face. The demon bike screamed beneath him and leapt from the trench, climbing the falling leg of the warhound as it collapsed. He rode along the titan's knee, up its thigh, across its tilting carapace, and launched into open air while the god engine died under him. He landed among his own cultists and killed 6 by impact alone. The rest howled in worship and followed. They followed him into minefields. The first Chrome Rapture Pack vanished in a chain of buried charges across the Ash Road. Men and bikes rose in flaming pieces. Doomrider did not slow. The second pack accelerated through the remains of the first, laughing as tires burst on bone. Emperor's Children Outriders came after with more skill, weaving through the detonations until a White Scar's storm talon flashed overhead and drove them into the next artillery lane. Imperial guns, still under Val's authorization, fired into their own retreat corridors after the White Scars passed through. Shells bracketed Chaos pursuers. Basilisks screamed from hidden batteries. Deathstrike support crawlers locked and launched. Wyverns saturated road junctions with fragmentation storms that shredded cultists by the thousand. Some shells fell short. They always did in wars like this. Loyal soldiers died beneath fire meant to shape the demon's path. Their officers cursed, prayed, or simply kept moving because the Vox had ordered movement and the road behind them was worse. Doomrider loved it. Every death behind him added to the spectacle. Every exploding bridge narrowed the route. Every artillery strike threw sparks into the music. Every cultist who died trying to keep pace enriched the wake. He rode faster, not away from danger, but toward density, toward impact, toward the white lines cutting order through chaos. The gilded moor fractured under the strain. Viridian Ol, crippled and humiliated, had been carried from the ruin of St. Draxus by attendants he later executed for seeing him broken. From a mobile command shrine dragged by demon-bound haulers, he tried to reassert control over his warband. His voice went out over the Vox, polished but thin around the edges of pain. Maintain the advance. The rider is distraction. The world is the offering. I am the author of this war. Half his forces ignored him. Some Emperor's Children chased Doomrider in open worship, casting aside formation, trophies, orders and pride for the chance to ride in the wake of a thing that made their own excess seem pale. Others abandoned Viridian entirely, turning toward the orbital lift yards to seize relics, slaves, sonic engines, stimulants, gene stock, and anything beautiful enough to carry into the warp before the world was declared lost. Malrek Dane gathered his infractors and swore to kill any cultist who spoke Doomrider's name within earshot, then led them into a duel field that collapsed under Titan fire. Serek Vo's surviving Noise Marines did not follow command at all. They followed sound, recording the war's rising note through broken instruments and ruptured helm grills. Chaos was power without obedience. It was appetite with armor. It devoured its enemies, then its allies, then the hand that lifted it. By the time the engagement reached the Carrad Causeway, the battle had outgrown human scale. The main highway burned from horizon to horizon. Bane blades died in lines kilometers long, their sacred hulls ruptured, their crews fused into command thrones. Lehman Russ companies fired until their barrels glowed and their ammunition lockers emptied, then rammed cult haulers in acts of final doctrine. Chimera transports clogged evacuation lanes, some packed with living men, others with corpses, all of them targets. Penal legions charged through mine smoke with explosive collars blinking, commissars herding them into breaches with bolt pistols and curses. Ecclesiarchy mobs carried icons into demon packs and were torn apart beneath stained banners of the Emperor. Titans fired through ash storms. The wounded Reaver of Legio Caranax stood beside the causeway like an angry cathedral. One leg braced, void shields stuttering, volcano cannon discharging into the far road where a column of demon engines tried to break through. The shot turned the entire lane into a canyon of glass and screaming metal. A warhound ran ahead of it, turbo lasers cutting through gilded Moor armor, until something winged and clawed landed on its carapace and began tearing at its weapon mounts. Skitari maniples advanced beneath the god engines in perfect red lines, galvanic fire flashing, bodies falling, binaric hymns never faltering, even as demons entered their ranks. Demons flooded broken trenches. Long-limbed things danced through artillery bursts. Horned brutes dragged screaming men from bunkers. Crawling mouths moved across the underside of bridges. A guardsman fired his lasgun into one until the power pack clicked dry, then beat it with the stock until it swallowed his arm. A priest struck a demon with a relic mace and laughed when the blow did nothing, because madness was kinder than understanding. Through all of it, the white scars threaded impossible routes. They rode beneath falling spans seconds before collapse. They crossed the decks of moving tanks, leapt from highway to mag rail to cargo hauler, fired backward into pursuers, and vanished into walls of smoke arranged by their own artillery. They struck Chaos officers where they appeared, killed demon engine handlers, severed fuel trains, and left false openings for Doomrider's forces to chase. Their losses mounted. More icons died. More bikes burned. More brothers were carried by the wind. Corsaro rode at the center of the design and apart from it. He did not seek glory in the slaughter around him. He measured. He listened. He felt the road beneath his wheels and the greater road forming beneath the war. Doomrider's path narrowed with every feint, every retreat, every bridge collapse, every sacrificial column left visible long enough to draw his hunger. The demon prince was not being trapped in iron. Iron had failed. He was being trapped in appetite. Yasuge's voice came through the vox, strained by psychic effort. He commits. Corsaro looked east. The horizon there had become purple fire. Doomrider was coming down the Continental Causeway with a horde behind him and ruin before him. His cultists followed into artillery, mine bursts, demon swarms, and collapsing lanes. The Emperor's children, still chasing him, were reduced to scattered packs, their beautiful armor blackened and dented, their arrogance transmuted into obsession. Behind them stretched a road of wreckage and dead that no mortal tally could honor. "Withdraw by Talon pattern," Corsaro ordered. "All brotherhoods break away on my mark." Kulan's voice answered first. "Khan, we can hold flanking lanes." "No, the head is not yet cut. It will be." A pause. Then Kulan understood. "My Khan." One by one, the white scars peeled away from the central approach. Bike squads vanished down side spans. Attack bikes withdrew beneath smoke cover. Land speeders climbed into the ash. Storm talons banked hard and drew enemy aircraft away. The battle did not stop. Nothing on Shaka VI stopped. But around the central causeway, space opened like a throat drawing breath. Corsaro rode alone onto the main span. It stretched ahead of him broad as a killing field. Its surface cracked, burning, slick with blood, oil, and the pulverized remains of men. Broken baneblades lined the route, like tomb monuments. Fires burned in their open hulls. Ammunition cooked off in distant pops and thunderclaps. Above, the black sky writhed around the warp wound, violet lightning crawling through smoke thick enough to hide armies. He brought his bike to a halt. The machine spirit snarled, offended by stillness. Corsaro laid one gauntlet upon the handlebar until it quieted. He drew Moonfang with the other hand. The blade caught the fire from the horizon and held none of it. Doomrider's warp fire grew brighter ahead, a moving dawn of madness. The engine note rolled across the causeway, shaking loose ash from wrecked armor, stirring the prayer strips on Corsaro's vambrace, crawling into the vox as laughter beneath static. Corsaro opened the command channel to every surviving white scar. No one follows. He lowered Moonfang toward the road. The head is mine. Doomrider did not arrive for ceremony. There was no circle marked by honor, no challenge spoken over still blades, no silence granted by the war so that champions might measure one another beneath the gaze of gods. Shaka VI had no silence left to give. The Karad causeway burned from horizon to horizon, its lanes clogged with wrecked armor, broken shrines, corpse drifts, stalled evacuation haulers, and the dismembered anatomy of regiments that had ceased to exist as anything but colour on the road. Corsaro Khan opened the throttle. Doomrider answered with a howl from the end of the world. They met in motion. The Demon Prince came down the causeway as a comet of violet flame and black iron, his bike devouring distance, its wheels throwing up sheets of burning blood from the road. Cultists followed in his wake, thousands of them, engines screaming, mouths open, eyes wide with the rapture of chasing something they could never reach. Behind them came the last Emperor's Children outriders, still enslaved by fascination, their ornate bikes weaving through artillery fire and demon smoke, their riders firing pistols into the air as if applause might purchase relevance. Corsaro did not look at the horde. The head was ahead of him. His bike surged forward beneath him, machine spirit snarling, tires hammering over cracked adamantium and splintered bone. Moonfang lay low in his right hand, the blade angled away from the wind. His left gauntlet held the handlebar with absolute stillness. The causeway rushed beneath him, a white line of speed through red ruin. Doomrider fired first. Warp bolters mounted to the demon bike's chassis spat violet fire. The shots crossed the road like malignant stars, striking wrecked chimeras, dead tanks, and the bodies piled between them. Vehicles burst apart as the bolts found old fuel and ammunition. Corpses erupted into steam and fragments. A shell crater beside Corsaro became a fountain of molten metal. He cut left before the next shot came, not because he saw it, but because Doomrider wanted him to cut right. The Demon Prince laughed across the Vox. "Faster, Hunter. Your heart is still pretending to be a drum." Corsaro leaned beneath a falling banner pole and rode through the shadow of a burning baneblade. "A drum keeps rhythm," he said. "You are only noise." Doomrider came closer. The demon bike climbed the side of the baneblade wreck without slowing, its tires digging into blackened armor. It launched from the dead Super Heavy's turret, crossed the air in a blazing arc, and slammed down ahead of Corsaro hard enough to split the road. Shards of adamantium and road glass flew backward like shrapnel. Corsaro ducked low over his bike. Fragments rang from his pauldron and helm. One shard punched through his left greave and lodged in the muscle beneath. Pain flared. He placed it behind him. Doomrider's sword swept out. Corsaro braked for less than a heartbeat, let the demon's blade cut empty air, then drove beneath the return stroke and drew Moonfang across the bike's flank. The blade struck demon flesh fused beneath machine plating. Something inside the bike screamed, not metal, not spirit, something alive enough to resent being cut. The wound closed behind him in a seam of black flame. Doomrider's laughter sharpened. They raced into the tank graveyard, where the armoured reserves of 3 Imperial commands had died in overlapping attempts to retreat, counterattack, and obey impossible orders. Lehman Russ hulls lay stacked, in rows, some still burning from within, others split open to reveal crews fused to their stations. Basilisk barrels jutted upward like accusing fingers. Hellhounds had burst and sprayed promethium across entire lanes, turning the road into a lake of fire through which both riders plunged without pause. Doomrider struck harder with every pass. He did not need clean angles. He made terrain into a weapon. His bike's front wheels smashed into a wrecked chimera and hurled it sideways. Corsaro rode under the tumbling vehicle as it passed over him, heat alarms screaming in his helm. The chimera struck a pursuing cult pack and flattened men and machines into a writhing mass of fire. Doomrider's rear wheel clipped the carcass of a sentinel and kicked it into the air. Its cockpit, still containing the blackened skeleton of its pilot, spun toward Corsaro with the speed of an artillery shell. The Khan leaned, felt the dead walker scrape sparks from his backpack vents, and cut beneath it. He did not attempt to match Doomrider's madness. That would have been surrender by another name. Corsaro cut angles. He read the demon's appetite. He gave Doomrider glimpses of openings, then withdrew them. He rode close enough to draw the charge, far enough to survive the impact. He used the wrecks, the fires, the falling shells, the bodies, and the narrow channels between ruined tanks as a hunter used grass, wind, and hill shadow. Doomrider moved like a storm that wanted everything beneath it broken. Corsaro moved like the arrow that knew the throat before it left the string. They passed beneath the legs of the limping Reaver Titan. The God Engine stood half-turned across the causeway, one wounded ankle locked in emergency braces, its void shields guttering under bombardment. Skitari maniples fought and died around its feet. Their red robes burned black, their binaric prayers drowned by the engines of the duel. The Reaver's princeps tried to fire, but the two riders were too close, too fast, too entwined with loyal and heretic signatures. The Titan could only step. Its wounded foot came down. Corsaro saw the shadow. Doomrider saw the opportunity. The demon prince accelerated into the Titan's descending step, riding along the outer curve of its greave, then across the falling foot itself, using the motion of the God Engine as a ramp. He came down from above with sword raised, a burning figure framed by the wounded sky. Corsaro cut toward the Titan's planted leg. Doomrider's blade struck the road where he had been and tore a trench through adamantium plating. The blast of impact lifted Corsaro's bike onto one wheel. He corrected, drove along the Titan's ankle brace and slashed upward as Doomrider passed. Moonfang cut through one of the demon prince's horns. The The severed onyx length spun away into the fire and struck the road, where it burst into crawling flame. Doomrider's head snapped to one side. For an instant, the demon's smile vanished beneath exposed bone and burning muscle. Then it returned wider than before. Better! They burst from beneath the Reaver as the God Engine fired over them. The volcano cannon's discharge turned the far causeway into a white wound. Shockwave and heat struck both riders. Corsaro's bike nearly left the ground. Doomrider rode the blast edge, laughing, his bike's wheels spinning through air until they found the vertical flank of a hive wall. The duel climbed. Hive Pelion's outer curtain rose beside the causeway, cracked and burning, its lower gates clogged with refugees, infantry, tanks, demon packs, and the hopeless machinery of evacuation. Doomrider rode up the wall, wheels grinding through soot-blackened murals of Imperial saints. Corsaro followed by instinct and discipline, his bike's mag clamps screaming as they found purchase on the angled plating. Then the vertical surface itself. Below, the causeway fell away into fire. Above, anti-aircraft guns tracked targets in the broken sky. Doomrider hurled molten wreckage down at him. The demon bike smashed through a defense turret, tore it loose from its mount, and kicked the burning weapon housing backward. Corsaro angled between falling metal and the hive wall. The turret struck the road below and burst among fleeing guardsmen, showering them in burning ammunition. Doomrider's warp bolters fired down the wall. Corsaro cut across the face of a shattered cathedral buttress, sparks flying from his tires, and the shots followed late, blasting saint statues into sprays of stone and human remains where refugees had hidden in the alcoves. A Storm Talon gunship screamed in from the right. Its pilot, Brother Torgon, had ignored the command to break away. His craft came wounded, one wing burning, assault cannons spinning, Lascannon mount shattered. He raked Doomrider with fire as the demon descended the wall toward Corsaro. Explosive shells hammered the demon prince's shoulder and bike frame. Doomrider turned with a snarl of delight and launched from the wall. The Storm Talon tried to climb. Doomrider struck the cockpit. The gunship's canopy vanished in a spray of armor glass, blood, and black flame. Brother Torgon died without a cry, his last act to roll the craft away from Corsaro before the reactor failed. The Storm Talon spiraled into the hive wall and detonated, blasting a section of the structure outward. The shock shattered the road plates beneath Corsaro's tires. The span began to collapse. Corsaro dropped from the hive wall back toward the causeway, landing on a section already tilting into the ash basin. The bridge supports groaned. Vehicles slid around him. Bodies, tanks, cargo haulers, and artillery pieces scraped toward the broken edge. Doomrider came behind him, still laughing, his bike using the buckling road as a playground. A red armoured shape burst from the smoke. Tech Marine Batu Korlan rode a battered Storm Raven skimmer half manually, half through cables jacked into his own armour. The craft had lost one engine and both side doors. Its machine spirit shrieked in binaric fury. Batu's servo arms were clamped into exposed control sockets, forcing obedience from a dying vessel. "Khan!" Batu voxed. "Ramp!" The Storm Raven dropped low, its rear ramp grinding sparks from the collapsing span. Corsaro did not question. He drove up the ramp as the section of causeway fell away behind him. Doomrider followed, sword raised, bike screaming. Batu rolled the Storm Raven hard. Corsaro launched from the ramp onto the next surviving span. Doomrider overshot by a fraction, his bike striking the Storm Raven's rear quarter instead. The Demon Prince's blade opened the craft from ramp to spine. Batu's final binaric transmission was a curse, a prayer, and a command to the machine spirit to die usefully. The Storm Raven's remaining engine overloaded. The explosion struck Doomrider from below and hurled him through smoke and fire. Corsaro landed hard. His front tire burst and resealed under emergency pressure gel. His left arm went numb from the impact. Batu Korlan's icon vanished. Another name for the wind, another second bought. Doomrider emerged from the blast on foot. His bike struck the road behind him and skidded in a shower of sparks, wounded, snarling, alive. The Demon Prince himself landed upright, taller than any warrior had a right to be, his armor burning, his severed horn leaking fire, his face a shifting ruin of beauty and charred skull. Without the bike beneath him, he was not less terrible. He was worse. The illusion of machine speed fell away, revealing the thing that had ridden it. Demon Prince, fanged, burning, graceful, cruel. He moved before Corsaro completed the turn. The Khan dismounted in motion, letting his damaged bike slide away as he met the charge with Moonfang raised. Doomrider's first blow nearly broke his guard. The demon's sword crashed against Moonfang with the force of a tank impact. Corsaro's boots carved trenches in the road as he was driven backward. The second strike came from the opposite angle, faster than the first, and only a twist of the Khan's wrist turned death into a glancing impact that split his pauldron and sent shards of white ceramite into the wind. Corsaro cut low. Moonfang opened Doomrider's thigh, spilling flame instead of blood. The wound closed as the Demon Prince stepped through it and struck with his free hand. The backhand caught Corsaro across the helm and hurled him into the side of a wrecked Lehman Russ. Armor dented inward around him. Warning runes filled his vision. He pushed away before the next blow crushed the tank around him. Doomrider came on, laughing softly now. The sound was worse than the roar. It was private, pleased. Corsaro fought as he had been made to fight. Cut, withdraw, angle, breathe. Strike where the enemy expected rage and found calculation. Moonfang drew lines across Doomrider's chest, arm, and flank. None were decisive. The Demon Prince accepted every wound as if each one fed him. He allowed one cut to land so that he could close his taloned hand around Corsaro's forearm. Armor cracked beneath the grip. Corsaro drove his helm into Doomrider's face. The impact broke regenerating bone and teeth. Doomrider laughed through the ruin and threw him down. The Khan rolled beneath the demon's sword. It cut the road open beside him. He came up inside the arc and buried Moonfang beneath Doomrider's ribs. For a heartbeat, the blade went deep. For a heartbeat, cold fire met purple flame. Doomrider looked down at him. "Hunter!" He seized Corsaro by the throat and lifted him from the road. The Khan struck, but the angle was wrong. Moonfang scraped armor, cut flame, failed to find the heart of the thing. Doomrider slammed him into the causeway once. The road cracked. He slammed him down again. Corsaro's breath left him in a burst of pain. The third impact broke something inside his armor. His vision went black at the edges. Straight combat was lost. There was no shame in knowing truth. Doomrider was stronger, faster in the instant, empowered by a god that fed on excess and cruelty. His wounds closed. His laughter remained. Every strike carried demonic force beyond the capacity of transhuman bone and ceramite to endure forever. Corsaro did not need to be stronger. He needed the head. Doomrider dragged him toward the center of the causeway, where the broken road plates had begun to glow from beneath. The demon bike circled nearby without rider, its wheels carving sparks into impossible curves, its exhausts laughing with the voices of dead men. Around them, the battlefield changed. The road became less certain. Dead warriors rose in flame, not alive, not dead, their bodies standing from the wrecks with burning eyes and mouths full of engine noise. Some wore imperial flak, some wore cult leathers, some wore pieces of White Scar's armor dragged from the demon bike's trophy hooks. Their burning hands reached outward, not to attack, but to witness. Engines in dead tanks began to laugh. Vox speakers across shattered command vehicles chanted fragments of names. The sky folded inward, its black-violet wound descending like a mouth. Doomrider opened the portal beneath them. It yawned through the causeway, a circular tear of fire, chrome, screaming faces, and roads that led nowhere sane. Wind rushed downward. Bodies, debris, spent shells, strips of banner cloth, and burning bones slid toward the opening. The warp looked back. It smiled with countless mouths. Doomrider held Corsaro over the edge. "I will take you where the road never ends," the demon prince said. "I will hang your head where it can watch me ride forever." Corsaro's gauntlets closed around Doomrider's wrist. The demon leaned closer, flame pouring from his broken horn. "Still no answer?" Corsaro's cracked helm lifted. Inside, his eyes were steady. "The road ends," he said. He twisted, not away from the fool, but into it. Both warriors plunged through the collapsing surface. Doomrider roared in delight as they fell together, locked in the grip of hunter and prey, though which was which no longer mattered to the watching dead. The causeway vanished above them. The sky folded after it. Shaka VI became a ring of fire seen through broken reality. The demon bike circled the rim of the portal, screaming like a beast denied its master. Corsaro and Doomrider tumbled through the threshold into a place of burning roads and laughing engines. The demon prince struck at him in the fall. Corsaro took the blow on his shoulder and felt armor split, felt blood fill the joint, felt pain try to become command. He denied it. He released Moonfang for an instant, caught the demon's throat with both hands, and locked his gauntlets beneath the ruined jaw. Doomrider's eyes burned inches from his own. Corsaro tightened his grip. The fall continued. The fall had no bottom. Corsaro Khan and Doomrider tumbled through the torn edge of reality, locked together in the throat of the portal, while Shaka VI became a burning circle above them. The causeway, the ash sky, the titan fire, the screaming millions, all of it stretched and warped, until the world looked like a wound seen through water. Around them, the immaterium opened in impossible lanes, roads of bone, roads of flame, roads paved with grinding teeth and faces flattened beneath invisible wheels. Engines howled where no engines existed. The air tasted of promethium, blood, narcotic perfume, and old battlefields left to rot beneath alien stars. Doomrider laughed into the Khan's face. His laughter was not weakened by the fall. It grew in the warp, fed by the nearness of the realm that loved him. His ruined horn bled fire. The wounds Moonfang had given him blazed across his torso like open furnace doors. Flesh reformed over bone, burned away, reformed again. His eyes were pits of violet brilliance, bright with triumph and insult. "Look, Hunter," the demon prince roared. "Look at the road denied to your kind." Corsaro tightened both gauntlets around Doomrider's throat. He did not look. The road tried to make him. Visions struck him from every side. A plain beneath Chogoris, endless and clean, twisted into a highway of flensed skin. White Scar's bikes riding forever, never reaching prey, never touching home. Brothers without helms, faces peeled by speed, mouths open in praise to an engine that would not stop. fortress walls draped with the heads of failed hunters, masters of the hunt from dead centuries, their eyes open, their tongues blackened by exhaust fumes, their skulls mounted along the demon bike's frame. They whispered as he fell past them, not in High Gothic, not in Chogorian, in the dry hiss of dead lungs filled with smoke. Ride with him, hunt without ending, never know stillness, never know failure. Corsaro's fingers pressed deeper into demonic flesh. Armor servos screamed in his gauntlets. His left forearm was cracked inside the plate. His shoulder was broken or near enough to make the difference worthless. Blood filled the seals along his neck. His helm display had become a ruin of warning runes and failing augur glyphs. He ignored them all. Doomrider's bike circled the falling warriors like a carrion beast around a wounded kill. It had followed them into the portal, though not as a machine should follow. It rode along no surface, wheels spinning through air, flame licking backward from its tires. Its blades unfolded and folded with insect hunger. The trophies caught in its hooks, rattled and spoke. Fragments of White Scar's armor knocked against Emperor's children helms, against bones from unknown regiments, against skulls whose mouths still moved in the exhaust wash. Its warp bolters swiveled without firing, as if the bike itself understood that the moment belonged to hands and throats. Doomrider leaned closer despite Corsaro's grip. His smile split wide enough to show fangs forming and dissolving. You think victory is a head on a wall. You think the hunt ends because your fathers taught you to fear open roads. I offer you better, White Scar. Pursuit without death. Prey without exhaustion. Speed until your bones sing. Hate without conclusion. Come with me. Ride until your chapter forgets your name, and only the chase remains. Corsaro drove a knee into the demon prince's abdomen. The impact achieved little. Doomrider's armor buckled only slightly. The demon laughed again, but the strike brought the Khan enough motion to shift his grip, locking one gauntlet beneath the remains of Doomrider's jaw, and the other at the base of the helm, where horn, armor, and flesh met in a knot of living blasphemy. Doomrider saw the intent. His laughter deepened. Yes, he said. There is the truth. No sermon, no emperor, no purity, just want. Corsaro's answer came as pressure. His arms strained, his armor whined. Broken bones ground inside ceramite. The demon prince's neck did not tear. It resisted like braided steel, like living cable, like sin-given muscle. Purple flame jetted between Corsaro's fingers. The heat blistered the skin beneath his gauntlets and cooked blood inside the glove joints. He did not release. Doomrider's bike swept close, its front wheels shrieking inches from Corsaro's back. The heat washed over him. The blades scraped his backpack vents and tore away one stabilizer fin. The trophies on the Daemon engine's flank brushed his armor, and one severed White Scar's helm turned toward him from a hook of black metal. The helm spoke in Yebe's voice. Khan, the road is long. Corsaro's breath rasped. The voice was perfect. The tone, the cadence, the old restraint. A lesser deceit would have enraged him. This one tried to wound him by being accurate. He answered the dead helm without looking at it. Then I will shorten it. Doomrider smashed his fist into Corsaro's ribs. The blow cracked ceramite and drove broken plate inward. Pain flooded the Khan's side, hot and white. He felt something tear beneath his secondary heart. He held on. Doomrider struck again, a hammering impact against the side of his helm, and for an instant the world became static. The warp roads spun around them in spirals. Laughing engines became a choir. Blood ran into Corsaro's mouth from the inside of his cheek. He bit down. The taste steadied him. Doomrider clawed at his arms. Talons scraped white armor, tore through lightning markings, found joints, and ripped plating free. The Demon Prince's strength was monstrous. There was no contest of equal power here. Doomrider was a thing of the warp, wearing the memory of an Astartes as a war trophy. He could have torn mortal tanks open by hand. He could have killed squads by laughter and impact. He was greater in strength, greater in speed, greater in cruelty, and in his own realm he swelled with every scream rising from Shaka VI. Corsaro did not try to overpower the storm. He waited for the gust that leaned too far. Doomrider shifted to strike again. Pride made the motion wide. Delight made it careless. He wanted to hurt the hunter, not merely remove him. He wanted reaction, fear, surrender, worship, proof. He wanted excess. Corsaro had no room left for excess. No sermon filled him. No thought of glory. No dream of purity. No vision of Chogoris beneath a clean sky. No desire to be remembered in song. All of that had been burned away by the war, by dead brothers, by the insult of survival, by Doomrider's laughter, by the ache of the oath that sat in his chest like a blade. He wanted the head, nothing else. In the realm of Slaanesh, where every hunger could be multiplied until it devoured the soul that birthed it, that single brutal want became a shield. It was not purity, it was focus. It was an obsession too narrow for the warp to decorate. Doomrider saw the change. For the first time since the duel began, his smile faltered. Corsaro pulled. Not cleanly, not like an executioner taking a trophy in ritual silence. There was no elegance in it, no poetry, no graceful Chogorian cut beneath an open sky. He hooked one elbow around the Demon Prince's burning neck, drove a boot against Doomrider's chest, and wrenched with every working fibre of transhuman muscle, every screaming servo in his armour, every remaining reserve of hate and duty left inside him. Doomrider roared. His roar became engine thunder. His bike screamed with him and lunged close, blades reaching. Corsaro turned in the fall, putting the Demon Prince's body between himself and the machine. The bike struck Doomrider's back, cutting through armor and flame, not killing its master, but shocking the moment loose. Corsaro pulled again. Demonic flesh tore. It did not part like mortal meat. It resisted in layers of armor, nerve fire, warp sinew, memory, and legend. Purple flame burst around the Khan's hands. Doomrider's throat stretched, split, and opened. Vertebrae like black iron surfaced through the wound. Corsaro's gauntlets crushed deeper. His armor joints failed and held by stubborn machine prayer. His own blood ran freely now, steaming against the demon's fire. Doomrider laughed and screamed at once. Then the head came free. The body fell away beneath them, still clawing, still upright in the posture of a rider, though no saddle held it. Flame jetted from the torn neck. The hands reached for handlebars that were not there. The torso twisted, laughing without lungs, without mouth, without head, as if the idea of Doomrider refused to understand that anatomy had become relevant. Corsaro held the severed head in both hands. It was alive. The eyes burned. The broken horn smoked. The mouth snapped at him, fanged and furious, words forming in a throat no longer attached to anything that should allow speech. "Hunter," it spat. "You think this ends the road?" The warp portal began to collapse. Above them, the circle of Shaka VI twisted shut. Around them, the burning roads, buckled and folded inward, their screaming faces peeling away into darkness. The demon bike shrieked with a sound that was almost grief and almost rage. It darted toward the falling body, then toward the head. then away from both as the collapsing tear tore at its frame. For one instant, Corsaro saw the bike's headlamp eye fix upon him with animal hatred. Then Warpfire swallowed it. Doomrider's body vanished after it, still laughing without a head. The severed head remained in Corsaro's grip, snapping, smoking, trying to speak its own legend back into strength. Corsaro brought it close. No. He crushed the jaw. Both gauntlets came together around the demon's face. Ceramite fingers, servo strength, and hunter's wrath closed over burning bone. The jaw cracked once, then again. Teeth shattered. Black blood and violet flame burst between Corsaro's hands. Doomrider's eyes flared brighter. The head thrashed, horns tearing grooves in the Khan's vambraces, but the mouth collapsed under pressure. The lower jaw broke sideways, then folded inward with a wet, grinding crunch that silenced the words trying to crawl out. The demon still lived. It glared, it writhed, it smoked in his hands, furious beyond language, unable to turn itself into a tail by speaking. That was enough. The portal spat them back into Shaka VI. Corsaro fell through smoke, ash and orbital fire with the head clutched to his chest. The causeway rushed beneath him, broken and burning. His bike was gone. Moonfang was gone from his hand, tumbling somewhere in the dying sky or caught in the road beneath. His armor was a ruin. One leg would not answer him. His ribs moved badly inside his chest. His left arm was locked by emergency plate bracing and pain. Warning runes blinked in useless rows across his cracked visor. Below, the causeway opened like a mouth of wreckage. He would have died there. A white aircraft punched through the smoke beneath him. It was a Storm Talon gunship, one engine burning, wing panels scarred by flak, its nose icons almost obliterated by soot. Brother Kulan flew it with one hand on the control yoke and the other arm ending in a sealed stump where the freightway had taken the rest. The cockpit canopy was cracked. Blood floated inside in little dark pearls before the pressure seals dragged it down. Khan, Kulan voxed, voice flattened by pain and failing systems. Falling is slow. The Storm Talon rolled beneath Corsaro. Its upper hull slammed into him with brutal force. He struck the armor, skidded toward the wing edge, and drove the claws of one gauntlet into a maintenance seam. The impact nearly tore the head from his grip. Doomrider's eyes widened with malicious delight, but Corsaro pinned the severed skull beneath his chest and held. Kulan fought the aircraft level. The Storm Talon screamed under the strain, machine spirit protesting every wound. Flak burst around them. Demonic lightning crawled along one wing. A cult missile struck the rear plating and failed to detonate, embedding itself like a spear through the tail fin. The gunship dropped, recovered, dropped again, then skimmed across the causeway so low that its belly tore sparks from the wrecked armor below. White Scar's bikes converged around the landing path. Not many, never enough. They formed a moving guard as the Storm Talon crashed more than landed into a cleared stretch between two dead Bane blades. Its landing skids collapsed. The gunship slid, spun, shed armor plates, and came to rest against the burnt hull of a command tank. Kulan remained in the cockpit, helm bowed, one hand still locked to the controls. His life rune flickered once, twice, then steadied weakly. Corsaro rolled from the upper hull and struck the road on one knee. The head of Doomrider remained in his hands. Across Shaka VI, the effect was immediate. The Chrome Rapture felt the absence before they saw any proof. Their engines faltered. Their chants broke apart. Packs that had followed one another in unity of madness turned inward, accusing, screaming, fighting over which direction the rider had gone. Some accelerated blindly into minefields. Others tore their own leaders apart for failing to keep the road open. Cult bikes crashed in chains as riders seized by sudden despair pulled knives on those beside them. Worship without presence became hunger without throat. The Emperor's children fractured further. Those who had chased Doomrider stared at the empty roads and felt their stolen ecstasy sour into shame. Some fled toward the orbital lift yards, dragging slaves, relics, sonic engines, and trophies behind them. Some turned on the Chrome Rapture in disgust, slaughtering cultists by the hundreds for having adored a vanished godling more fervently than the sons of Fulgrim. Others hunted Viridian Ol's scattered command elements, believing the Lord Exultant's failed ritual had ruined the war's perfect crescendo. Viridian himself, broken and carried on a throne of screaming attendants, ordered a withdrawal and an advance at the same time. No one obeyed both. Few obeyed either. Imperial forces counterattacked because they were ordered to, and because hatred filled the space where hope had been. Artillery batteries opened across the continent. Basilisks, manticores, wyverns, and surviving macro guns saturated chaos concentrations with shellfire until the ash plains jumped and burned. Hellhounds advanced through Hab districts, bathing cult warrens in Prometheum. Arbite's execution squads moved behind the guard lines, killing anyone marked by chrome sigils, engine chants, or the glazed smile of the rider's wake. Skitari cohorts purged corrupted transit shrines with phosphor fire and rad weapons. Commissars rallied shattered regiments with bolt pistols, curses, and the sight of heretics dying again. Extermination protocols began on a district scale. Whole underhive sectors were sealed and burned. Transit tunnels were flooded with toxins. Refugee columns were filtered at gunpoint. Men who had heard too much were separated from men who had merely seen too much, and both groups learned there were different forms of mercy in the Imperium. The planetary warp storm did not vanish. Demons still clawed through its bleeding edges. The sky remained split. The war was not won, but its fastest wound had been cut. Corsaro stood among his surviving brothers as they gathered on the causeway. Some leaned on damaged bikes. Some carried the dead. Some bled from armor rents and did not acknowledge it. Ash fell on their white plate until they looked like statues raised from a battlefield grave. No one cheered. Cheering would have profaned the cost. Yebe was gone. Orban was gone. Kulan was gone. Batu Korlan was gone. Torgun was gone. Too many others rode now only in memory, in gene seed caskets, in broken helms, in names that would be carried back to Chagoris if any ship survived the leaving. Corsaro lifted Doomrider's living head. The demon's jaw hung crushed and useless, black blood smoking between shattered teeth. Its eyes still burned. They tracked the bikes. They tracked the dead. They tracked the Khan with hatred so bright it seemed almost joyful. Sergeant Kulan limped from the wrecked Storm Talon. One side of his armor blackened, one arm gone, his remaining hand resting against the hull as if thanking the machine's spirit for enduring. He looked at the head, then at Corsaro. The Khan's voice came low across the Vox, across the road, across the silence where laughter had been. The hunt is ended. In his hands, Doomrider's eyes kept burning. Victory did not come to Shaka the Sixth. Survival did. There was a difference, and every man still breathing beneath the cracked sky learned it by the taste of ash on his tongue. Victory had songs, banners, bells, and priests with polished voices. Survival had corpse carts, quarantine lines, Prometheum trenches, execution pits, ration ledgers, and the sound of men calling for comrades whose names had already been entered into loss rolls by clerks, too tired to spell them correctly. The hives still stood, in the manner that broken teeth still stood in a jaw. Mordax burned from its underlevels to its spires. Pelion had lost 3 outer districts to demonic incursion and 4 more to imperial containment fire. Carthax was a blackened shell, its manufacturum furnaces still functioning beneath collapsed habtiers, stamping out shell casings while the dead lay in drifts beside the conveyor shrines. The ash oceans had swallowed refugee columns whole. The orbital docks hung in ragged arcs above the world, some still loyal, some silent, some drifting away from their moorings with their crews dead at their posts. The main continental causeway remained visible from orbit. It was a wound drawn across the planet. Armor wrecks choked it from horizon to horizon. Baneblades had become tombs of sacred steel. Lehman Russ squadrons lay in rusting knots where they had died trying to obey 3 contradictory orders at once. Ammunition crawlers had burst open and scattered shells into the ash like the eggs of iron beasts. The bodies were beyond counting in any meaningful sense. The administratum counted anyway. Men in soot-stained robes walked the road with tally slates, guarded by Arbites and stormtroopers, marking corpse heaps by regiment, district, contamination risk, and usefulness to the grinders. Billions had been moved, displaced, corrupted, processed, burned, or abandoned. Millions of loyal soldiers were gone, not slain in clean lines of battle, but ground down across roads, hospitals, freightways, trenches, manufactoria, fuel depots, and shrine squares. Some had died firing, some had died running, some had died because their commanders needed motion loud enough to lure a demon prince. Some had died without ever knowing their deaths were part of a hunt. The planet survived as an industrial corpse with working hands. Its factories resumed production before the last demons were purged from the transit crypts. Its work bells rang over streets still slick with fire suppressant and blood. Its overseers were replaced. Its quotas were adjusted downward, then upward again by order of the Munitorum, because the wars of mankind could not pause for the grief of one wounded world. The dead fed the living fed the machines fed the war. Interrogator Cestus Val signed the first purge order with a steady hand. He signed the second with less certainty. By the 7th, the tremor had begun. It did not stop. The Inquisition moved through Shaka VI with a mercy that wore the face of atrocity. Districts exposed to prolonged Slaaneshi influence were sealed beneath quarantine banners and cleansed by flame. Transit tunnels where Doomrider's laughter had echoed were flooded with burning promethium and alchemical toxins. Hab blocks marked by chrome wheel sigils were emptied at gunpoint. Men who had carved roads into their own skin were executed immediately. Men who had heard the riders' names too often were taken for interrogation, confession, and disposal. Men who had fought bravely but too near the warp storm were mind-scrubbed until they forgot their own fathers, then returned to work details with blank eyes and stamped collars. Entire planetary defense companies were condemned. Some protested loyalty until the firing line answered them. Some wept as priests told them their deaths were necessary proof of faith. Some smiled with the wrong kind of peace and were shot first. Val watched one regiment kneel in the ash outside a manufacturum gate. 3,000 men in torn uniforms, their laser guns stacked neatly before them. Their colonel asked whether their service had been accepted. Val had no answer fit for a man. He gave an answer fit for the Imperium. The Emperor knows his own. The volley cut the regiment down in waves. Bodies fell forward, backward, sideways, some still clutching prayer strips between their fingers. Servitors came after with hooks. Corpse carts came after the servitors. The manufactorum gate opened before the smoke cleared. Val signed the confirmation order with his shaking hand and understood that survival in the Imperium was often another form of damnation. He did not renounce the throne. He did not curse the Emperor. He had seen what waited without him, but belief did not warm him. It sat in him like a black stone, heavy and necessary. Far from the purge lines, Viridian Owl fled. The Lord Exultant of the Gilded Moor survived because pride made a stubborn anchor. His body had been rebuilt in haste, not with elegance. That was the deepest wound. His broken arm hung in a brace of black chrome and nerve hooks. His crushed leg had been replaced with a gilded augmetic still raw at the hip socket. His face, once flawless, bore a scar from cheek to lip, where Doomrider's impact had driven a shard of his own helm into the flesh. He had ordered 3 apothecaries killed for failing to make the repairs beautiful. The 4th survived by calling the imperfection a vow. Viridian accepted the lie because it gave him something to hate. His warband escaped through a wounded vale beneath the ruins of St. Draxus, not as an army, but as fragments. Tormentors with cracked armor and empty magazines. Infractors carrying trophy racks half filled and pride more damaged than their plate. Mutant pit crews dragging sonic engines, fuel shrines and slave cages through the warp breach while demons clawed at them from the other side. The Gilded Moor had come to Shaka VI to make a world into an offering. They left as scavengers fleeing a collapsing stage. Viridian looked back only once. Not at Shaka VI. At the road where Doomrider had stolen the war. His hatred no longer aimed at conquest. The world no longer mattered. The Imperium no longer mattered. Corsaro Khan mattered only as the hand that had taken the prize. What mattered was the humiliation. The Demon Prince had entered his symphony, shattered the instruments, crippled the conductor, and ridden away with all ears turned after him. Viridian swore, through teeth clenched against pain stimulants, that the glory would be reclaimed. Not for Slaanesh, not for vengeance in the crude sense, for authorship. No legend would remain stolen from him forever. Lord Cacophonist Serek Vo survived as well, though survival for him had become a broader concept than flesh continuing to move. The sonic backlash had ruptured 3 of his throats, fused 2 amplifier spines, and left one half of his helm screaming at a pitch inaudible to mortals, but fatal to insects and servo skulls. His noise marines gathered around him in the lower holds of the retreating vessel, bearing recordings like relics. They had captured Doomrider's engine note as it entered the ritual. They had captured the moment the resonance turned back upon them. They had captured the wet metallic snap of the Demon Prince's spine beginning to fail beneath Corsaro's grip. Most precious of all, they had captured the silence after victory. Corsaro Khan had not cheered. His brothers had not roared. No hymn had risen. No triumphant speech had crowned the hunt. There had only been ash, dying engines, and the breathing of warriors who had paid too much for the head in their captain's hands. Serek Vo listened to that silence for 9 days, while the Gilded Moor bled through the warp. When he finally spoke, his remaining throats produced one word: perfect. His surviving noise marines began building a weapon from it, not from sound alone, but from denial, from the absence after excess, from the moment when a godling's laughter stopped and nothing noble came to replace it. They wired the recordings into blastmaster cores, into choir engines, into living throats. The new note did not roar. It removed the listener's expectation that anything would follow. Mortal slaves exposed to its first test did not scream. They simply opened their mouths and waited until their hearts failed. Serek named it the White Silence. Elsewhere, the Chrome Rapture did not die. Cults rarely did. They shed bodies and preserved infection. The survivors refused to believe Doomrider had lost. Those who claimed he had been beheaded were burned by their brothers as liars or honoured as prophets, depending on which road shrine received the story first. The most enduring doctrine spread through whispers in engine bays, among hauler gangs, outlaw racers, hive sump mechanics, and planetary defense deserters who had heard the laughter once and never slept cleanly again. The White Scars had stolen one head. Only one. Only one manifestation. Only one note. Only one mouth through which the road had chosen to speak. Secret roads across the sector began showing tire marks burned into stone. Shrine floors cracked in circular patterns. Abandoned cargo tunnels filled with the smell of promethium, though no fuel was stored there. Road wardens on distant worlds reported engines starting by themselves at midnight. In one underhive, a gang found every wheel in their district spinning without touch, slowly at first, then faster, until the air filled with laughter no vox could trace. The martyrs of the Chrome Rapture carved a new prayer into their bikes. The road remembers. Corsaro Khan returned to Chagoris with Doomrider's head bound in chains, wards, and silence. The voyage was not celebrated. Storm Talon's vow limped through the void with hull scars, empty bike cradles, and too many funeral lamps burning in its halls. The dead were carried in stasis coffers. Gene seed rested in armoured reliquaries beneath watchful chaplains. Damaged bikes were chained in the launch bays like wounded beasts, their machine spirits restless from the scent of the Daemon's head in the trophy vault. Doomrider's jaw remained crushed. That did not stop the head from laughing. It laughed through broken teeth, through wet flame, through the cracks in its own skull. Sometimes the laughter came as engine cough, sometimes as vox static, sometimes as a sound only the bikes heard, making them snarl in their cradles until tech marines came with oil, iron, and stern machine prayers. Its eyes never dimmed. They tracked motion. They followed serfs. They watched the wheels of carts, the rotation of servo skull rotors, the turning of ammunition feeds. When White Scar's riders passed the vault, the head stared at their greaves and smiled with what remained of its mouth. On Chagoris, the rites were performed beneath a hard sky. The fortress monastery received the hunt in grim solemnity. No feast welcomed the returning warriors. No false joy stained the dead. The chapter gathered in white ranks while storm winds moved over the high stones and banners snapped like whips. Corsaro stood before the hunt roster as the names were read. His own armour had not yet been fully repaired. Scars crossed his face where helm fragments had cut him. One arm remained braced. Pain had become part of his posture, but not master of it. The name of Doomrider was struck from the active hunt, not erased, never erased, marked as taken. The trophy masters prepared the head according to Chagorian rite and inquisitorial caution. Iron pins, sanctified chains, wards etched in adamantium, hexagrammic seals, servo skull sentries, a stasis cradle that could slow the meat, but not silence the hatred inside it. The long road through the fortress awaited another mounted skull, another warning, another proof that prey could run for centuries and still meet the blade. The head refused the dignity of death. Servitors malfunctioned near it, turning in circles until their joints stripped. One maintenance thrall drove his face into a wall after hearing phantom engines behind him. Young aspirants dreamed of roads made of fire, of white bikes chasing a horned shadow forever, of a crushed mouth whispering their names from beneath the ground. Tech marines doubled the wards. Stormseers walked the halls at night, murmuring against the warp's drafts. Corsaro visited the vault once after the rites. Doomrider's eyes followed him. The Khan stood before the chained head for a long while. There was no hatred in his face that any mortal could have read. There was no satisfaction either, only the stillness of a hunter listening to wind over distant grass. The head twitched. From its ruined jaw came a broken rasp that might have been laughter. Corsaro turned away. The head watched him go. Interrogator Cestus Val's final report travelled by sealed astropathic relay, by courier skull, and by black ship archive chain. It bore the marks of the Ordo Malleus, the Administratum, the Adeptus Mechanicus, the Munitorum, and 3 separate censors, who had each recommended that the document be restricted beyond the rank of most men who might need it. Val wrote plainly where others would have hidden behind doctrine. Doomrider's material defeat must not be mistaken for metaphysical destruction. Subject is a demon prince, or demonically sustained entity of equivalent instability. Decapitation and trophy containment, achieved by Corsaro Khan of the White Scars, ended the Shaka the 6th manifestation and disrupted related cult momentum. It did not, and cannot, be assumed to constitute permanent annihilation. His stylus paused after that. His hand shook again. He continued. The body can be banished, the head can be taken, the mouth can be crushed. The legend remains a summoning vector. Any battlefield containing massed speed cult activity, extreme sonic saturation, armored root collapse, and Slaaneshi contamination should be monitored for recurrence. The name itself is hazardous. The road is the ritual. He sealed the report and ordered 3 scribes mind-scrubbed for copying it. Years passed, or centuries. Time was never clean where the warp had touched the road. On an unknown battlefield beneath a sky of green smoke, a rusting cult engine started by itself. No hand turned the ignition. No driver sat in the saddle. The machine had belonged to a dead man whose bones lay nearby in a ditch, still wearing a leather coat painted with a chrome wheel. The engine coughed once, twice. Then it roared, though its fuel tank was empty and its pistons had been cracked by shellfire. The road beneath it began to bleed. Men nearby stopped fighting. Loyalists, traitors, mutants, and scavengers all turned toward the sound. Vox speakers in wrecked transports woke from death and filled the field with laughter. Something moved beyond sight, too fast for the eye, too close for comfort. A line of fire crossed the edge of perception and vanished behind a ruined ridge. The cult engine accelerated without rider. Far away, in a vault that had never known human prayer, green light shimmered across a chamber of impossible age. The vault belonged to the Necrons, though no living man stood there to name them. Stasis fields glimmered between black pillars engraved with geometries older than mankind's first fire. Curiosities hung in suspension. Weapons, bones, banners, machines, skulls, relics, jokes preserved by minds that had outlived pity. One display held a scorched fragment of demon engine plating and a curved sliver of black horn. The translation rune beneath it rendered the exhibit title in cold Gothic script, Doomrider's Folly. The stasis field flickered once, only once. In another place, on no map held by sane navigators, a riderless demon bike rested upon a road made of screaming faces. Its frame pulsed with veins of chrome and corpse metal. Its headlamp eye opened. Its blades unfolded, tasting the air. The wheels began to turn, slowly at first, then faster. Warp smoke poured from its exhausts. The road beneath it stretched forward into darkness, endless and waiting. Laughter moved through that darkness, distant, broken, eager, and not yet shaped into a mouth. The bike ignited its wheels. The road was empty. The road was hungry. The road remembered.